Hey. Y'all see, I'm trying to figure out my new little setup here, okay? I'm not, I had this set up last night, and then I let Hector come sit over here to see if he was okay with the way I had everything. And yeah, I don't know where I want to put my mic. I haven't figured that out yet, so I still kind of been playing, guys. So bear with me, bear with me. Today is Thursday, August 21st. It is 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Central Time. I'm still covering the Wolfenbarger trial, Christopher Wolfenbarger, and the murder of his wife, Melissa. And I hope everybody had a great evening. Hey, Cindy, how are you? Looky there. We got Journey been in and out too. She's doing her own stream. I'm having an itchy nose this morning. I'm having a very itchy nose this morning. So, anyways, if you haven't been here before, my name is Sheila. We do trials. I like to do speed trials. I like to skip all the fluff, just zoom through it. We don't need to listen to all that. And if we're going to watch a trial, I might as well watch it with my friends, right, guys? So with that, I did want to say one thing. Hang on real quick, Judge. I do want to take a moment and Judge Frank Caprio from Rhode Island, who drew a huge online presence. I don't know why this won't go down. I won't do this one. Let me find another one. Here we go. Let's do this one instead. Here we go. Add to stage, Sheila. Add to stage. Yeah, we lost a beautiful judge. Let's share this one instead. Judge, why do I have all these little pop-up things? Anyways, Judge Frank Caprio, he died. He had a cancer battle. Here's a picture of him. He passed away yesterday, August 20th. It was announced on social media. And he had cancer. These are just other pictures. Anyways, yeah, Judge Caprio passed away. So with that, may he rest in peace. And these damn pop-up ads are just horrible. So hold up. Let me find my trial thing again. Merry Christmas. Let's go here. Okay. Yes, he was a great judge. He really was. Can y'all hear me okay? It's kind of, I'm trying to figure out my setup with my desk. See, I feel like I'm moving all over the place because my camera's usually over here on this side. And so I'm trying to adjust. And I don't know if my microphone is loud enough. I think it is. If I need to turn up my mic, let me know. My little green dots are showing plenty on my screen, so I think that's okay. So with that, okay, now StreamYard is going to give me problems today because it won't let me unclick Journey's thing and let me click on Cindy's. What is StreamYard doing today? Journey, are you having trouble with StreamYard today? I have to refresh, guys. Let me refresh. I know y'all are the only ones in here, so let me Okay, I think I'm here. I think I'm here. I don't even know where my StreamYard is. It's way over here. See, so I'm saying all this adjusting. I had this set up last night. I promise y'all I had this set up last night. Hi, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Okay, with that. Okay, so this morning I have been watching. There is a creator that does live stream in the morning, and I do usually watch in the bushes on her stream. I usually don't talk a lot or chat a lot. I try to keep to myself because I am just that little quiet person. So let's see. Here we go. Now it's working. Just say it slowly. Say it slow. She here. I'm back. Welcome back. Sorry, guys. Anyways, if you haven't been here before, my name is Sheila. Hi, nice to meet you. I like to stream trials. I like to stream trials, speed trials, rapidly. Like cut the crap, get rid of the breaks, cut the fluff. So that's just me. Throw a little comedy in it. Enjoy our day with friends. So with that, I want to get rolling. Well, I tried before I think it was, you know what, honestly, I think it was the pop-ups that took my internet when I was trying to say my piece to Judge Caprio, but I think it was the pop-ups from those channels, or those websites that might have lagged my computer. So anyways, I'm going to hit play. It's been a little hairy in court today, so we'll just watch.
Okay. Madam Court Reporter, are you ready?
Yes.
State ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. McDermott, is the defense ready?
We're ready.
Okay.
Defense is ready.
Okay, this is going to be Thursday, August the 21st, in the trial of the state of Georgia versus Christopher Wolfenbarger, case number 24SC004201. I'll note for the record that Mr. Wolfenbarger is present here in the courtroom along with his counsel, and that the state's counsel is also present here in the room. I have a couple of questions just in terms of logistics. At the end of the day yesterday, I had asked if the state was going to rest. Is that the expectation, or do we expect that we're going to have some more witnesses from the state?
The state is going to rest, Judge.
Okay. Will there be motions that I need to take up from the defense, or here's why I ask. Logistically, I'd really like to go directly into the state rests. Defense, call your first witness if I can.
We have a motion, but we don't mind doing it just very quickly, and then at the lunch break, expand on it, as long as there's no waiver or contention that we didn't properly raise it. We do that in federal court all the time, say,
Sure.
We are hereby, moving for a directed verdict on every count, on every element. And we just agree that we'll expand on it, when the jury's not having to wait.
Seems fair. Mr. Fussett, you agree?
Yes,
Okay. So, if I bring the jury out right now, and you've already reserved your right to move for a directed verdict, if I say state, call your first witness and your next witness, and you say the state rests, Mr. McDermott, are you ready to call your first
I need
witness?
to go check and see if they're here.
Okay.
Okay, with that, we're going to zoom through that. He's happy today. Look at Mr. Smiles today. Looky, somebody's got grins. So do we think he's going to testify? If the state rests?
Okay.
But two of them are in restrooms.
Okay.
Oh, thank you for announcing they're in the bathroom. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Ponytail has his hair pulled up today.
Or if it's been sent back to you, but I am aware of it and I have signed it. It's been approved and signed.
We'll just need a few more minutes.
Oh, remember there's that one missing juror, or that, not juror, but the witness.
I sent in my bench warrant to.
It's been approved and signed. I don't know if it's been filed yet, or if it's been sent back to you, but I am aware of it and I have signed it.
Okay.
Oh, we issued a bench warrant for that person that didn't want to show up for court, guys.
Do in order to get the sheriff
That is a question for Ms. German. So let me find out where she is in
Oh,
status
shit.
and who she's
We're gonna be
notified.
spicy
Ms.
already, and the day
German,
hasn't even started.
When you
We're
get a
10
moment, if you
minutes
could,
in.
one, let me into the Zoom, and two, come here for just a moment, please. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, y'all. They're gonna put bench for it out for this person that doesn't want to show up for court. So, and I also hear from a little birdie named Journey to Justice that Menendez Brothers is having a hearing today. I don't exactly know what time. So I'm thinking after Scream. They tried to call that person yesterday. The person said that they did not want to show up for court and did not show up yesterday. They were not there, and they discussed it at the end of court yesterday that they would put out a bench warrant for them, so they would have to appear today. So I don't know what's going on with that. I haven't seen that part yet. I'm not completely sure what's going on.
Present to the sheriff. She's also going to call upstairs to the sheriff and let them
Oh.
know that request has been made.
So I'm required.
They've already requested with the
I
sheriff.
believe that the defense is required to make that request, but we are also notifying the sheriff of the request.
Thank you.
Ooh.
I guess all I'm saying is. I might just
Put on my-
show it to her
Lipstick.
That's fine.
instead of flipping through the whole.
I like this out of the jury presence type of stuff. I know they're going to get arrested. They don't want to show up.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Can you get there?
But I haven't heard the state say they rest in front of the jury. How are we just bringing in another witness?
Come on up to the witness stand, please, ma'am. And when you get there, before you have a
I
seat,
guess
if you'll
he
turn
said
around and
stay
face the
arrested.
deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in, okay?
Raise your hand, please. You swear on fire to the testimony that you're about to give. The whole truth and every question you said, yeah.
And ma'am, if you'll do me a favor and scoot up to the microphone, get situated however you feel comfortable, but make sure you're close enough to the microphone that you can speak into it, because I can already tell you're a little bit soft-spoken. And state and spell your name for the record, okay?
Kimberly Cameron, KIMBERLY CAMBRON.
Okay, and also we will remind you to try to talk more slowly because the court reporter needs to take down everything you say. And I will add a caution the judge has given other witnesses that there's a ledge right by your chair, so be careful not to roll off to the side too much.
That is true.
All right. Ms. Cameron, do you know the defendant?
I do.
How do you know him?
It's my brother.
And did you know Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
And how did you know her?
She was married to my brother.
Okay. And did you know her while she was alive?
I did.
Did you spend time around her?
Yes.
Okay. And how and where did you spend time around her?
When they were married, they lived with my grandmother. So I would go there and spend time with her.
And would you do that frequently?
Yes.
So you suffice it to say you spent quite a bit of time around Melissa.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember any episodes growing up with her that stick out in your mind?
Yes. I remember when I was learning to drive, I was so nervous that every time I would drive, I would go over to the side of the road.
You would pull over?
Well, when a car was coming toward me, I was afraid that I was going to hit that car. And so I would pull over and she would calm me down.
Okay. Do you remember when Melissa was pregnant
Yes.
with Chrissy?
Yes.
And then about a year later with Joey?
Yes.
And do you remember her having discussions about the custody of those children?
I do.
And do you remember what she ultimately chose as far as a decision in that regard?
She decided to give custody to my mom.
And why Did she discuss her other parents?
She did, and she said that she did not want her mother or the state to have her children.
Did she at any time give you a reason why she didn't want her children with her parents?
She did. She just, she did not elaborate. She just said that they were not good people.
Okay. You said you visited Melissa multiple times because she lived at your grandparents' house, correct?
Correct.
And you went over there multiple times. Were you generally over there during the holidays?
Yes.
Was it pretty much every holiday?
Yes.
Do you remember, you spent most of the holidays with Melissa then, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember if Melissa at any time called her mother on a holiday?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you remember her calling her mother at any time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Do you remember her writing letters or cards to her parents?
No, not to my knowledge.
Just a minute, Your Honor.
Sure.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That's it?
Questions for this witness?
Oh, okay. State's gonna cross her. Oh, State, be gentle. She seems so soft-spoken. She seems intimidated. Ay, ay. I thought that was very fast,
Good
Journey.
morning, Ms. Cameron. How are you?
Good morning, good, and you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. You just testified that Melissa told you she did not want her parents to have her children. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. What year was this? Do you remember having these conversations with Melissa?
I don't remember it exactly, but it was between 96-ish.
Okay, 96-ish. All right. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
I'm going to approach with what's been admitted in CCC number 71. And I want you to read this entire letter out loud, Stacy Exhibit number 71.
Dear Mom, hello. It's been a while since that.
Hang on. Sorry, yeah. If you would just try and read it a little bit slowly, especially when we're reading things, we have a tendency to speed up. And again, the court reporter has to take it down, okay? Thank you.
Dear Mom, hello. It's been a while since that weekend that I last talked to you. I thought that I would write you a letter. I'm okay. Here are some pictures of Chrissy, 7.5 months. Can you, I'm not sure what that one says. Please,
Does it say you can pass them out?
yes, sorry. You can pass them out if you wish, but it won't for
Does it say,
the
but
fact.
if it wasn't for the fact that Kathy was there when I got them, she would not have gotten any.
She would not have gotten any of them. She wanted me to give Chris's grandmother the biggest one, but I didn't. And she got mad at me, but oh well. They are both getting on my nerves. They act as if Chrissy is their daughter and not mine. And there is something that I need to tell you, and I really don't know how. So I will tell you like this. And you want me to continue?
Yes, please.
You will sooner than you think have another grandchild. July 27th is the due date. Do not be mad because you are not the only one just finding out. Please. Not sure.
Does it say, please don't rub it in, mentioning something like, you know, how hard it is to take care of two kids so close in age, like Kimberly and JC?
A few days.
Did that
Why do they keep doing this? I don't like it when they dip the sound out and we can't hear. There's nothing I can do about it. Nothing I can do about it. Nothing I can do. They're making her read this, but we can't even hear what she's reading. I don't know why they're not letting her read it out loud. I mean, where we can hear it.
Picked out yet.
Now they get
And
sound.
I know not what to expect at baby shower, so I won't ask, but feel free. And with this one, I plan to let you have a part of his or her life who says Chris has to know. And when we move, we will do the same to Kathy and family that Chris did to you and Dad. No part in Chrissy and baby's life. Chris don't like you. Well, I don't like Kathy or Virginia, but Kimberly and I get along pretty good. Every time she hears her mom say something about me, she sticks up for me and tells me about it. I remember telling that Kathy said that she wishes me and Chris would move away. Kimberly says to her that if she moves, that Chrissy would move with us. Kathy said no, she won't either. And Kimberly, she is their daughter. Then Kathy said no, she isn't. Someone said that about you would be mad. So did I told Chris, and Chris got mad. When Kathy asked to take Chrissy off, Chris said no, she better be here when I get back. And Kathy got mad, and I laughed. You probably think this is stupid, but if you had someone trying to be mother to your daughter, you would get mad too. And when we do move, they are not going to know where we are living. In free time, they go off. They have to take Chrissy and don't even ask. They get her all ready and leave. I'm supposed to have my own car soon. Then I will bring Chrissy and let you see her. Bye for now, Melissa.
And this is a letter that Chrissy wrote to her mother. Is that fair to say from what you read?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. Does it appear from what you read that's a letter that Chrissy wrote to her mother?
This is a letter that Chrissy wrote to her mother?
A letter that Melissa wrote to her mother.
In my opinion, it doesn't sound like Melissa, but it does state her name on there.
And it's signed by her.
Yes. It says bye for now, Melissa.
And so in that letter, Melissa actually wanted her mother to at least spend time with her children. Is that fair to say?
In that letter.
And is it fair to say that she actually would have preferred her mother to have her children rather than Kathy, who's your mother? Is that fair to say?
Again, in that letter.
Now, you also, I think, discussed on direct examination that you were not aware of any cards that Melissa sent to her mother.
You
No.
have to answer out loud. Thank you.
Okay. Permission to approach?
Go ahead.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted. The state's exhibit 67, 68, 69, and 70. You take a moment and look at those. And I'm gonna
Welcome back, Cindy.
So I want to first look at State Exhibit 67. Is this a letter addressed to Norma Patton?
Yes.
And is your understanding Norma Patton is Melissa's mother?
Yes.
And does it say birthday?
Yes.
And does that say happy birthday
Yes.
in 1997 with an asterisk?
Yes.
And does it say love you, Chrissy and Joey?
Yes.
And is Chrissy and Joey Melissa and Chris's children?
Yes.
Looking at State's Exhibit 68, is that addressed to Carl and Norma Patton?
Yes.
And does it say anniversary?
Yes.
And does it say Melissa Wolfenbarger at the top?
Yes.
And is Melissa their daughter?
Yes.
And does this letter or this card say on the side, special anniversary wishes to a very special couple. Have a happy anniversary. Love, Melissa, Chrissy, and Joey.
Yes.
And does it read in handwriting, happy anniversary. This year, I am going to take you out to lunch. My only day off is June 6th. Meet us there at 11:45 to 12 at Ryan's. You and Dad can bring JC and Kimberly.
Yes.
Does this appear to be a letter or a card sent by Melissa to her parents for their anniversary?
Yes, it appears to be.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 69. Is this appears to be a Father's Day card?
Yes.
Does it say for a dad who means so much?
Yes.
It means so much to know our family can always depend
Yes, hang on.
you.
Yes.
Have a very happy Father's Day.
Yes.
Love, Melissa.
Yes.
Better?
Does the card further read, Dad, with all the things you have to take care of, you always take care of your family first.
Yes.
And on a bag, does it say, a father's love is a promise made deep in the heart of a man, a promise to care for his family that keeps every day of his life.
Yes.
Is this also signed by Melissa?
Yes.
And was it sent to her father, Carl Patton?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 7. Is this a Mother's Day card?
It says Mother's Day. Yes.
Does it say, is it addressed to Norma Patton?
Yes.
Does the card read, it is the only thing in the house that doesn't have to be swept, polished, watered, cooked, picked up after, or washed behind the ears. Relax and have a happy Mother's Day, Melissa.
Yes.
And right appears in handwriting. Next Wednesday, May 14th, I would like to take you and Daddy out for lunch. I'll give you your Mother's Day present then.
Yes.
And these all appear to be cards either from Melissa or Melissa writing cards on behalf of Chrissy and Joey. Is that fair to say?
That's what it appears.
Now, you testified on direct examination that Melissa and Chris lived with your grandmother.
Yes.
If you can approximate, when did they live with your grandmother?
I don't remember the exact time.
At any point, did they move from your grandmother's house to a different location?
Yes.
Where did they move to?
They moved to Atlanta.
Do you know where in Atlanta?
I don't recall exactly. I think Brookline Street.
Okay. Now, Brookline Street, are those homes that were owned by your grandmother?
Yes.
Had you ever visited Melissa and Chris at the Brookline address?
I'm sure I have, yes.
Do you think you spent more time with Melissa and Chris when they were living with your grandmother or when they were living at the Brookline house?
I think it was more with my grandmother. I can't remember.
You good, babe?
Now, you talked about your kind of relationship with Melissa. Would you consider yourself friends?
Yes.
Did she speak to you about her life experiences?
I'm sure she did.
Did she talk to you about your brother?
I don't remember.
Sweetie, she asked, did she talk to you about your brother? You mean tell you she never had a conversation about your brother?
Did she ever discuss to you some of the difficulties she was having with her brother, with your brother, excuse me?
No, I don't remember.
I don't.
Did she ever talk to you about her and your brother arguing?
No, I don't remember.
You don't remember, okay. What about them fighting? Did she ever talk to you about that?
No, I don't remember.
Did she ever talk to you about a July 1998 incident in which your brother pulled her hair and dragged her down the street?
No.
No, or you don't remember?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know if she talked to you about the fact that your brother, was upset because she went to the male neighbor's house who was up the street?
No.
No, or you don't remember?
No, I never had that conversation.
Okay. Do you recall her ever telling you that she loved your brother, but she wanted to leave him?
No.
No, you don't remember? No, it didn't happen.
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember detectives back in around 2003 coming to meet with you regarding Melissa's disappearance?
Yes.
And do you remember it being a Detective Calhoun?
I don't remember who it was.
Do you remember talking to him about your friendship with Melissa?
I don't remember exactly, no.
I'm sorry, say that last part again.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And I apologize. Do you remember talking on the phone with any detectives back in 2003?
No, I don't remember talking on the phone.
Did you tell that detective that Melissa wrote you a letter?
No, I've never said she's written me a letter.
So is it your testimony today that you never told a detective that Melissa wrote you a letter prior to her disappearance?
It is my testimony that she did not write me a letter.
And that you never told a detective?
I never told a detective that she wrote me a letter.
And that in the letter or either in the conversation, again, Melissa told you she loved your brother, but she was getting ready to leave him.
She's never told me that.
Do you remember Melissa telling you about a guy that she met at the Waffle House?
No.
And do you remember telling any of that to a detective over the phone in 2003?
I never said that. I didn't. on the phone, no. No.
Your mom, Kathy Wolfenbarger, she raised Melissa and Chris's children.
Yes,
Is it fair to say that your mother never talked about Melissa to her children after she disappeared?
can you rephrase that?
Sure. Is it fair to say that your mom did not speak about Melissa to her children after Melissa disappeared?
I don't know.
You don't know? Is it fair to say that your brother did not speak about Melissa to their children after Melissa disappeared?
I don't remember, but they did take the children to Melissa's funeral, so I'm sure at some point they did talk to her, both of the children, because they were younger.
Would you agree with me that the funeral was in 2003?
I don't remember exactly when it was.
Let's speak about the funeral. At the funeral, did you know that Kathy and Chris didn't tell the children that it was an actual funeral?
Don't know.
Did you know that Chris nor Kathy actually wanted to go to the funeral?
I don't remember what their feelings were.
Let me ask, when the kids were younger, did you ever talk to the children about Melissa, your friend?
I don't remember exactly.
Do you remember ever telling the kids that Melissa was their mother and she disappeared?
I don't remember how and what was discussed.
Do you ever remember showing the kids pictures of Melissa?
I don't remember.
Now, in 1996, is it fair that Christina gave temporary guardianship to your mother?
Yes.
I'm sorry, was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. That's okay.
And, Your Honor, this time, the state is going to ask to admit State's Exhibit 81 and 82, which are self-authenticating documents from the Henry County Probate Court regarding the guardianship of both Christina Wolfenbarger and Joseph Wolfenbarger.
Mr. McDermott?
No objection.
81 and 82 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you know, or do you know, if on July 23rd, 1998, Melissa dissolved that temporary guardianship?
I don't know.
Excuse me? Melissa dissolved the guardianship in 1998. What?
Well, first, show you State's Exhibit 81. And on State's Exhibit 81, am I showing you this document?
Yes.
And does this document read on the page that's clipped, in the matter of Christina Wolfenbarger, petition to terminate temporary guardianship of minor?
Yes.
And does it say the petition of Melissa Wolfenbarger shows, one, petitioner is the natural as mother and father of the above named minor? Does it say that?
Yes.
And does it say that on 8/28/96, the court appointed Kathy Wolfenbarger as temporary guardian?
Yes.
of the above named petitioner and temporarily relinquish parental rights.
Yes.
And then it says, wherefore petitioner prays that the court enter an order dissolving the temporary guardianship instanter.
Yes.
Okay, and has her signing, it looks like Melissa's signature. Or a signature, I should say.
Yes.
Okay. And is the date of this July 23rd, 19?
Yes.
Okay. And is the date of this July 23rd, 1998?
Yes.
Did you know that that is 2 days after Melissa called the police on your brother?
No, I didn't know.
And you also see in State's Exhibit 82, the same document, petition to terminate temporary guardianship of a minor, and it's the same document for Joseph.
Yes.
And is that also on the 23rd of July, 1998?
Yes.
I'm really conflicted by.
And were you aware that about a week
Position
later,
of this
on
woman.
July 29th, 1998, Melissa then asked for permanent guardianship or gave your mother permanent guardianship of the kids about 2 weeks later?
Yeah, I don't know from the documents, yes, but
And let me ask you this, did you know that on the day that she gave permanent guardianship was the same day she dropped the temporary protective order that she took out against her brother?
I don't know.
I have to say, I think there was a lot of problems behind the scene that we don't
How
know,
would you describe Melissa's?
or that they're trying to bring out without
I would say she
victimizing
was
Melissa
quiet.
more.
Was she easily influenced by others?
I don't. Yes and no.
Okay. Why do you say yes and no?
I don't remember completely, but yes, I think she. I don't know how to put it into words.
Now, when was the last time you remember seeing Melissa?
That's, Cindy, and I keep thinking, for this being Christopher's sister, what is the dynamics that I feel like I'm missing something. There's a little secret I'm missing, and I don't know what it is. She looks just like her brother, by the way, but I feel like there's something that I'm missing, and I can't figure it out. She asked her, when was the last time you seen Melissa?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Can you remember, was it at your family's home?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what she looked like the last time you saw her?
She looked like herself.
And when you say herself, describe for the jury what she looked like.
She just had a cute teddy bear round face with dark hair.
Dark hair, like down to her shoulders, about your length. When you say dark, like what's the length?
Ma'am, I don't remember exactly the length of her hair.
Okay. Was it longer or shorter than your hair right now?
Maybe a little bit longer than mine.
Do you know if you saw her around the holidays?
I want to say I think maybe Thanksgiving, but I can't remember exactly.
Oh, that was a loud little clunk. That clunk is like what it usually sounds like when I get somebody come up
Now,
back in. That was funny.
Are you familiar with any of the podcasts that have come out regarding this case?
No.
Here you go. Let me help you out, Judy. I'm going to drop it here in my chat. This is the podcast they're talking about.
Now, testified you all were close. When you didn't hear from her in a while, did you get concerned?
About the time that they moved to Atlanta, we were not close. I was a teenager. I was doing my own thing, and I had a boyfriend, so I was more focused on me.
And I get it, teenager. At some point in time, did you ever, when she stopped coming around, did you ever question where she could be?
I was told that they split up. I don't remember exactly when.
Did you ever question if she came by to see her children?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Now, in the year of 2000, did you come to learn that there was a missing persons report regarding Melissa?
I don't remember exactly when I learned.
Do you remember speaking to police in the early 2000s about Melissa's disappearance?
Yes.
Did you ever speak to your brother about maybe talking to the police about Melissa being gone for a long time?
I don't remember what I discussed.
And is it fair that the only people that reported Melissa missing was her mother?
I'm not sure who reported her missing.
And is it fair to say that the only people who have been trying to get some justice for Melissa are her parents, her mother, and her sister?
I'm not sure who.
Course indulgence for one moment.
Sure. Sure.
You remember reading a letter that was purportedly
Hey,
from
we
Melissa
crossed.
to her mother just a few moments ago?
Yes.
And do you remember her mentioning any kind of time frame in that letter?
No.
Okay. Do you remember her saying that she was announcing to her mother in that letter that she was pregnant with Joey,
Yes.
or with who would become Joey, and that she was thinking of getting her tubes tied after that?
Yes.
And you remember her reading in there that it said her next appointment for the doctor would be at the end of April.
Yes.
So that would mean that that letter the time frame for that letter would have had to have been in April of 1996.
Yes.
Do you remember it telling the letter communicating? Oh, never mind. I'll back off on that. You grew up, as you said, having a lot of interaction with Melissa because of your grandparents' house, right?
Yes.
And at some point, now, were you older or younger than Melissa?
Younger.
Okay. And how old would you have been in 1998?
I would have been.
Sorry to ask you your age in front of national TV, but sorry.
I think I would have been 15, 16,
Okay.
maybe.
And during that, as you said, that was the time you learned to drive
Yes.
and you started dating
Yes.
and you started developing your own life.
Yes.
And at about that time is when Christopher and Melissa moved up to Atlanta.
Yes.
And at that point, did you stay close to Melissa?
No.
Okay. Did you talk to her much at all after that point?
No.
Okay. So after 1998, early 98, you kind of diverged into separate lives.
Yes.
Okay. So that would explain perhaps why you don't have very many memories of conversations with her or.
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Sustained. You can rephrase.
Okay. So do you think that would explain why you don't have memories of many conversations with her?
Objection leading.
It's argumentative. It's not really leading. Why don't you rephrase?
I'll just move on, Your Honor. want to look at the documents?
Sure.
There's more strawberries. All right.
Please find me the document.
Good morning, Norma. How are you, Mr. Love?
The request for dissolving. You put it on the back smartly.
They did that.
So, counsel for the state just showed you this document, didn't she?
Yes.
And it says a petition to terminate temporary guardianship of minor.
Yes.
And she asked you about the dates on that letter.
Yes.
And it says, wherefore petitioner prays that the court enter an order dissolving, doesn't it? And the state emphasized the word dissolving when she asked you that question, didn't she?
Yes.
But she didn't emphasize the word prays, did she?
No.
Because this is a petition to the court,
Yes.
correct? It's asking the court to do something, right?
Yes.
And did the court follow through with that something?
Yes.
Have you seen a document that says the court actually ordered
Oh,
the
no, I was
dissolution?
going by that.
Okay,
No, I haven't seen it, no.
correct. And would it surprise you to find that the court never followed through with that order
Would it surprise me? Yes.
to dissolve? Let me just rephrase it so I'm clear. That was a petition to dissolve the temporary guardianship.
Yes.
And would it surprise you to find out that the court did not grant that to Melissa? It did not dissolve Kathy's temporary.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Would it surprise you to find out that the court did not dissolve Kathy's guardianship based on that document?
Would it surprise me?
Yeah.
No.
Exactly. Are you aware of the process for dissolving a temporary guardianship?
No.
It would have surprised you to find out that the court requires it to be in the interest of the children?
That would appear so.
Okay. Backing up to the April 1996 date when the letter to Melissa's mom was purportedly written.
Are you familiar with this document?
I've seen it, yes.
Have you seen it? Can you tell us whose handwriting that is?
It appears to be Melissa's.
And whose name is on that document as a signature?
Melissa Wolfenbarger.
And does that appear to be an original document or a copy of the document?
Appears to be original.
I showed it to you earlier.
Are we on 11?
Your Honor, if I could have a moment, we need a defense sticker.
Okay. And you're on Exhibit 11, so.
Thank you. We cleared off our desk for the court yesterday and there you go.
Thank you.
At this point, Your Honor, state or the defense moves to admit defense 11.
And what is Defense 11?
It is a handwritten document from Melissa, previously authorized to be under 807.
There's not, I mean, we might have had that conversation. It might very well be coming into evidence, but I haven't heard a foundation or an identification of what that document is yet, so.
Could you tell us what that document is?
Are you asking me to read this one?
No,
Don't read it yet. Just
he's not. He's just asking you if you recognize that document, and if you do, what you recognize it to be.
Okay.
I do recognize the document, and it is a letter to my mother.
And letter to your mother for what purpose?
Stating her.
Hey, nope, sorry, don't read it. It's not in evidence. Who's it from?
It's from Melissa.
Okay.
We had already covered that.
Okay, I apologize. I didn't hear that part.
Okay. So may I move it into evidence at this point?
Any objection?
No, objection, Your Honor.
Defense 11 is admitted.
Now, would you please tell us the content of that letter?
It's Melissa telling my mother that she wants to give her temporary custody of Chrissy and the baby that she's carrying. And it's dated June 20th, 1996.
June 20th, 1996,
Yes,
and that would be roughly 2 months after April of 1996.
yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything else for this witness, Ms. Hilton?
Just to, do you know if Chris forced her to write that letter?
No, just like I don't know if she wrote that letter. I don't. So no, I don't believe Chris forced her to write that letter.
But you don't know.
I wasn't with them
No further questions.
24 hours.
Mr. McDermott, I'm sorry. Anything else for this witness?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
The witness may be excused, Mr. McDermott.
Witness may be excused.
Okay. Mr. McDermott, the defense may call its next witness. Sir,
May we approach?
do you need to approach? Sure.
Approaching. He looks just like, or his sister looks just like him.
Defense called Kathy Wolfenbarger.
Oh, it's that time. Oh, it's that time. Let me type it. Kathy. Oop, I can't even spell today, y'all. Oh, he's like chewing his fingers. Sir, get your nasty fingers out your mouth. You are on
Think they're
live
yours?
TV.
Before you have a seat, if you'll face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
You swear to affirm to the testimony that shall about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You have a seat. Please state and spell your full name for the court.
Kathy Wolfenbarger, CathyWolfenbarger.
Good morning, Ms. Wolfenbarger.
Morning.
Suffice to say, you may be a little bit nervous.
Yes.
You don't like cameras,
No.
unlike some of us.
No.
Do you know the defendant?
I do.
How do you know him?
He's my son.
Okay, I want to ask you to lean forward, please, and speak closer to the microphone.
Okay, and he looks like his mommy too. Did know June was approximately 2 months after. Yeah, I know. This is a learning channel too, Cindy. We do have learning moments here. So now you're all better for knowing. See how that works?
And remember to talk kind of slowly.
Okay.
So, how do you know him?
He's my son.
Okay. And did you know Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
And how did you know Melissa Wolfenbarger?
His wife.
Okay. And did you spend a lot of time around Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Somewhat.
Somewhat. And describe your relationship at the time that you were around her somewhat.
Well, they mostly lived with my mom, and the kids was there. And I would go and visit up there.
How far away did you live from your mom?
From Locust Grove to Stockbridge.
Okay. So how often would you go up there?
Maybe, I don't know, just every other day or once a week or something.
Okay. I want to show you a document that's already been admitted into evidence. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
And can you describe what that document is?
Melissa giving me temporary custody of the children.
And when she gave that to you, did she give you any reason why she was choosing you as opposed to someone else?
She does not want them down her parents' house.
And at some point later, did you make that temporary custody permanent?
She did.
Okay. And you remember what year that was?
I don't know.
And when she had you do that, did you go down to the courthouse or how did that work out? How did you get the message from her that she wanted you to do that?
Called me on the phone.
From where did she call you from?
I was at my mother's house, my parents' house.
And where was she calling from?
I assumed the court place. I
At
don't
the
know.
courthouse?
Mhm.
Do you remember when Christopher and Melissa moved to Atlanta? Just generally speaking.
I'm not sure.
Do you remember that they moved to Atlanta?
When they moved to Atlanta?
That they moved to Atlanta?
Yes, they did move to Atlanta.
Okay. And do you remember what street they moved on to?
Brookline,
Okay. And who owned the house they lived in?
my parents.
Your parents, both William Autry
And
and
Virginia.
Virginia Autry.
Yes.
And did they own any other houses in that area?
Two. There was three altogether.
3 altogether.
Mhm.
And did a Mr. Holyfield ever own the house that Christopher lived in?
No, he didn't.
Okay. To your knowledge, did he own any of the houses? that
He did
your parents-
not.
Okay.
As my knowledge, he didn't.
Do you know who Mr. Holyfield was?
I'm not sure who. I've heard of the name, but I'm not really sure who he was.
I'm not talking about the boxer.
Oh, no. Okay. No.
All right. Do you remember during the time that Melissa went missing? Did you ever talk to the police? Did the police ever come to talk to you about Melissa being missing?
I can't recall, but I don't know. I can't remember if they did. I don't know.
Is it possible that
It's
they did?
possibly they did.
Okay. And somewhere around the time frame of 2001, early 2000s, do you remember ever taking down Melissa's pictures from your home?
They, well, I'm always changing my walls and my pictures and stuff, so probably did.
Is it possible that it happened?
Possible, yes.
Okay. Do you remember a time that certain pictures of Melissa were stolen from your house?
Yes.
Okay. Describe that a little bit for me.
When we had moved to McDonough, I had photo albums in my garage, and there were some photo albums pictures got gone out of the photo albums, and there was 2 lanterns that I had out there that was gone.
2 lanterns.
Lanterns I had on my front porch, I had put in the garage, and they had got gone.
And why had you moved the lanterns to the garage?
Because we was working on the front porch painting it, and we just putting the stuff in the garage.
Okay. So you were doing some renovation work
Yes.
and you put some stuff in storage in the garage?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Ms. Hilton, any questions for this witness?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, you just spoke on direct examination regarding the homes your parents owned on Brookline. The homes your parents owned, let me not touch the mic. The home your parents owned on Brookline Street in Atlanta.
Yes.
They said it was 3 homes,
There was duplexes.
duplexes.
Yeah.
But were there 3 duplexes that they owned?
Yes.
And is one of the addresses 823 Brookline?
Yes.
Was another address 824 Brookline?
Yes.
And what was the third address?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Now, these homes, are they the homes that you grew up in?
The 823 one was.
823 you grew up in. Did you have other family members in 824 in the other?
My uncle,
About how old were you when you moved from Brookline?
how old was I?
Yes, because you said you grew up in 823, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Probably about 17 or 18.
When you moved out of Brookline, did your parents still live there?
Yes.
And did your parents eventually move from Brookline?
Yes.
Roughly what years do you think your parents may have moved from Brookline?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
70s, 80s, 90s?
Probably about 2000. I don't know.
Oh, 2000.
I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Once you moved out of the Brookline house, did you ever live back on Brookline?
No.
Once you moved out of Brookline, how often did you go back to Atlanta?
I don't know. I don't know.
I apologize, ma'am. I've heard everything you've said so far, but if you'll just make sure and speak up a little bit into that microphone. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Would you ever go to Brookline to check on the homes on Brookline?
To check on, no. Why would I? No.
No.
Mm,
At some point, did your brother Rick live in one of the houses on Brookline?
yes.
Which house did he live in? Do you remember?
823.
Did you ever visit your brother on Brookline?
Yes.
Did your brother live at 823 Brookline in the late 80s, early 90s?
I'm sure he did. I'm not sure, I guess.
Would Chris ever visit your brother Rick at the 823 Brookline house?
I don't know because I guess. I don't know.
Now, Mr. McDermott asked you about Mr. Holyfield.
Mhm.
Is
Yeah,
that a
I'm
yes?
sorry. Yes.
It's okay. Do you know Mr. Holyfield's first name?
I have no idea.
Now, you said that Mr. Holyfield never owned any of your homes. Do you know Mr. Holyfield managed any of the homes?
No,
How do you know Mr. Holyfield?
I don't.
How do you know that name?
Because it was through the, I don't know. I don't know him.
Did he have some connection to your parents' homes on Brookline?
I don't know. I don't know who. I've heard the name, but I don't know.
She testified on cross that she didn't know who he was. So this is pretty much asked and answered. What's the point?
Overruled. Go ahead.
You said you know the name. Why do you know that name?
For the houses, I guess. I don't know who. I don't know.
Now, you said that Chris and Melissa lived at your parents' house at some point.
Yes.
Okay. If Chrissy was born in August of 1995, is that fair? Chrissy was born in August of 1995.
Yes.
When did they live with your parents?
The years I'm terrible with the years. Oh, probably when she's probably a year old or so, or maybe I don't know before. Probably about a year old or so, or before. I don't know. But
Were they living with your parents before Chrissy was born?
before Or I don't think so. I think they had, no, or I don't know.
So is it fair to say they didn't live with your parents until after Chrissy moved?
Yes,
And so that's sometimes after 1995.
yes,
And they lived with your mother for about 2 years, 2 or 3 years, and moved to Brookline in 1998.
sounds like it, yes,
And they moved into 824 Brookline.
yes.
Did you ever visit them at 824 Brookline?
I guess, I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't know.
You said you don't think so?
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you know if they were paying rent to your mother when they were staying at 824 Brookline?
I'm pretty sure there was.
Now, in 1998, at least the early part of 1998, you had temporary guardianship of Chrissy and Joey, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever take the kids to go visit their parents on Brookline?
They would come and visit them. Yeah, they would come. Yeah.
When you say they would come, will you bring the kids to Brookline, or you're saying they mean Melissa and Chrissy would come to you?
Oh, true crime. This is his mother. This is Christopher's mother. This is Kathy. This is Kathy. The Kathy that kept the children, didn't tell the children who their real mother and father were until she was, what she say, 5 or something like that. And yeah. Oh yeah. You don't have to be nice, sweetie. I honestly, this woman has put herself in a really shitty situation, if you want to be blunt. And she has to pay for her consequences. So I'm sure she probably has no relationship with that granddaughter. I can only imagine the strained relationship she has with her son. And I'm sure she does not want to be sitting in this courtroom today. So yeah, there. Your memories and your wrinkles ain't keeping up with your blonde hair. You go, TCN. Yeah, I mean, we're not going to be totally disparaging to the woman, but come on, look at who she is and what she's done. I mean, she has her own demons she needs to deal with the shit she's done, especially to those grandchildren of hers. Yeah.
Chris Willis will come in there.
They would come to visit you?
They would, yes, they would come, yes.
Did you ever visit Christopher at his job, at any jobs he ever had?
No.
Do you know where your son was working back in 1998?
I'm not sure, but they said the glass place is what, is that, I don't know.
Had you ever been to the glass place?
No, I don't even know where it, no.
You said you don't even know where it is? Isn't it true that Melissa wanted to dissolve your temporary guardianship in 1998?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
She did not want to dissolve it.
I'm sorry. Can you reread what you said? I mean,
did Melissa want to dissolve the temporary guardianship?
Dissolve it?
Did she not want you to have her kids anymore for a short period of time?
No.
Are you aware about an incident in July of 1998 in which Melissa took out a TPO on your son, a temporary protective order on your son?
I did not.
Did you ever go to court with your son to answer to a temporary protective order?
I didn't know anything about it.
When Chrissy and Joey were younger, isn't true you wanted them to call you mother or mom?
No, they just called me mom, but they knew I was their grandmother.
She's the defense. The state rested
Did you
this
ever
morning.
tell Melissa, Chrissy or Joey about Melissa after she disappeared?
I told them we would go look for her, but we didn't know where to go look.
And TCN, she's a defense witness, and his sister, excuse you, babe, his sister Kim had testified earlier this morning. So, and Kim was just dumb as a box of rocks. Rocks had more feelings than her, because she couldn't answer anything. Everything was, I don't know. She was as clueless as the day is long. So yeah, it was totally interesting. Yeah, you need to go back. She wasn't very long, but she was just really boring, and she really didn't have anything to add to it. She acted like her and Melissa were friends, but then she acted like she didn't know nothing about her, and I don't know. She was all over the place. It was a bunch of ping pong going on over there. So, yeah.
When you say you would go look for her, what do you mean?
I mean, she was gone. We would look. I mean,
Where'd you go look for her?
I don't have no idea. I mean, if somebody would go, we'd just go look for her.
Where'd you go look for her?
We didn't, because we didn't know where to go.
Oh, so you didn't go look for her?
No.
Did you ever tell them about their mother?
I told her that she had left and that we would go look for her. If we could, that's about it.
Okay, so you told them that she had left and that you would go look for her.
Yeah.
But you never went to go look for her?
We didn't know where she was at.
So why did you tell the kids that you were going to go look for her?
Because we would go look for her if we knew where she was at. I mean,
So is that what you told the kids? If we knew where she was, we would go look for her?
yeah, I mean, yeah, we didn't know where she was at. I mean, she left.
Did you ever tell the children that Melissa was their mother?
Yes. And Chris was the father.
How old were they when you did this, ma'am? There you go. Georgia Peach.
Now, you talked about, I guess, Melissa's pictures being stolen. Is that what you told Mr. McDermott?
Yeah.
There was pictures.
That's what she said.
Tell me about that. So was just Melissa's picture stolen, or all the pictures were stolen?
There was pictures in my photo albums was gone, and some of them was the pictures of Melissa. Yes.
So was it only the pictures of Melissa that were stolen?
Pictures of her and Chrissy and just of the kids and all, and her.
Okay, so see, I haven't watched this. So what I as an adult, I would deduce with that. Chrissy probably went in there as a little kid and was like, I want these pictures of my mama because I found out this is my mama. She's talking about some pictures taken out of a picture album. They're stolen. Lady, come on.
Did the children ever ask you?
And Chrissy
Strike
said that she had gone through the photo albums that she had found in the attic because she wanted to know who her mother was, and they wouldn't tell her. So yeah, no, ma'am. Yeah, and she took them off the wall from behind the door and put them out in the shed. No. Chrissy already told on you, Mama.
The better question. Do you recall Chrissy and Joey finding pictures and asking you about Melissa in those pictures?
No.
Do you recall not telling them who Melissa was?
No.
Do you recall once they began questioning you about Melissa, taking the pictures and putting them in a shed?
No.
Is there any reason anyone would have to make that up?
I have no idea.
Would Chris ever tell his children about their mother?
I'm pretty sure he did.
Did you ever see Chris do it?
No, he would have them.
How often would he have the kids?
He would have them a lot. I mean, he would come up and play with them and take them places, and we all went to Six Flags. And
Okay, that was one time. You went to Six Flags once. Play with
When
them,
was the
what,
last time you
park
saw
2 or 3
remember seeing
times?
Melissa?
I'm
I guess at the courthouse when we done the papers. I don't think.
I apologize, ma'am. I just need you to speak a
sorry.
little more loudly and clearly into that microphone. Thank you.
I guess when she did the paperwork at the courthouse. I mean, I don't remember when.
Now, is this in 1998?
98, I believe so.
Now, do you recall in 1998 when you got full guardianship or permanent guardianship of the children? Do you remember Norma Patton bringing the children to you?
Bringing them to me?
Yes, like giving you the children.
No, I don't remember her bringing them to me. Oh.
Do you remember Norma Patton ever giving you the kids at any point in time?
I remember they was at their house one time, and they brought them back, and they had a head full of lice, and they had Joey had diaper rash, and me and Melissa went down to Walmart and got some stuff and done all their heads with. I mean, that's the only time I remember this.
So you never remember picking her up, picking the kids up?
The kids up? I don't.
You don't remember
I
that?
don't.
Did you ever see Melissa around the holidays in 1998?
We had Christmas at my mom's house.
Okay. Do you remember that being in December of 1998 when you had Christmas at your mom's house?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Was Melissa present at that Christmas at your mom's house?
I guess. I mean, I guess she was.
Do you remember seeing her?
Yeah, I guess we're always there. I mean,
When you last saw Melissa, what do you remember? What did she look like?
so long brown hair, just an average girl. I mean, just
Long brown hair, about your length?
probably.
And this is maybe around December of 1998 at that Christmas at your mom's house.
Yes.
Now, after Christmas of 1998, when you didn't see her anymore, did you have any concern about her whereabouts?
Yes.
Did you call the police or anyone to see that she was missing or to report that she was missing?
No.
To your knowledge, did your son call to tell anyone that his wife is missing?
I'm pretty sure he did. I mean, I don't know.
You don't know. In 2000, do you recall a detective from the Henry County Police Department coming to speak to you about Melissa's disappearance?
In 2000?
Yes.
I don't remember.
And do you remember being reluctant about giving him information about Chris?
I don't remember that. No.
Of course you don't, ma'am.
Do you recall this detective wanting to kind of make contact with Chris so he can talk to Chris about his wife's disappearance?
I have no recall about any of that. No. And
I guess is it fair to say that since Melissa went missing, you didn't really go look for her, right?
No, I didn't know where she was at.
To your knowledge, your son didn't go looking for her, right?
I'm pretty sure he did. I mean, I don't know.
And it's safe to say you love your son, right?
Yes.
And as a mother, you're a protector of your son, right?
Yes.
Of course, and don't.
Sure.
Yeah, I wish we could watch that. Man, I want to watch it so bad. I mean, even if they replay it later, I'll be on it. If they play it, if you know they put up a stream later of it, I'm definitely gonna pull it. I've been searching and looking to see if anybody has it out there. Boy, she looks frozen, doesn't she? Blink, lady. What is happening to the stream? Oh, look at there. That's what happened to the stream. They had a little oopsie. I was like, what is happening here? They're like,
Chrissy and Joey.
okay. All
This
right.
is Chrissy and Joey at, it looks like Joey's birthday because it's got a little birthday cake and he's feeding Chris birthday cake. This is Chris, Joey, and Chrissy just caught a fish. They was out in the lake on a boat. Well, they're not in the boat, but there's a boat right there. And Chrissy just caught a fish.
But how old is Chrissy in that picture?
She looks, what, about maybe 4 or 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a date?
And Joey too, he's there.
No, how about that one?
This is Chrissy's graduation, 18th. Chris and me. Okay, this is Chris.
And can you describe what's in that photograph, please?
Okay, this was Savannah, and or was in Savannah, Georgia, and we're sitting on a bench, and Chris and Melissa are eating ice cream cones. And there's Kimberly and there's Chrissy in the stroller.
And how old is Chrissy in that picture?
She's in the stroller, so I figure about 2,
And
maybe,
just,
or 1 or so.
a couple more questions. In that picture, is Melissa wearing long sleeves and long pants?
No, she's in like a little short little, what is that, like a culottes thing, like a,
And is she got any bruises on her arms or legs? Or
no, none at all. And she's smiling and she's laughing, happy.
I don't have anything further.
Ms. Hilton, any additional questions for this witness? And when y'all are done, if you'll sort of just collect the photographs on that front ledge. Thank you all.
Yeah, I hope so too, TCN. You know, I was reading
First, ask
somewhere,
you this.
I just real quick, I was reading somewhere that there's a possibility, although it is highly unlikely, that one could get parole and the other not, and that would be very shocking if that happens. But I don't know how to feel about that. I remember when it happened. I remember being a young teen, or not a young teen, I was an older teen, but I remember when it happened, and I didn't understand the gravity of it back then, you know, and as an adult, I can look at it a little bit differently in a different perspective with different eyes as I did way back in the early 90s.
In
when everything went wild.
2023, around December of 2023, did members of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office
I know.
and Investigator Shepard come to your home? or your daughter's home to speak with you?
23. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know.
Do you
Did
remember
she?
seeing this man before?
Did-
Do you remember him?
don't
Seeing
remember
him?
him? I think I've seen him before. I mean, yes.
Was that at your home? Or
At
your
my
daughter's
home? I don't think it was at my home. I don't remember. I don't know. Just,
Do you remember anyone in the 2020s coming to talk to you about Melissa's disappearance?
yeah, they came to my daughter's house. Was it last year or something like that?
And that was before Chris got arrested. Is that fair to say?
Before, yes. I think it was in January or so.
Now, we talked about these pictures. Looks like graduations, fishing trips, birthdays, kindergarten graduations. And these are all events that Melissa didn't have the pleasure of enjoying. Is that correct?
She was in some of the pictures,
She's in one of the pictures, right?
I guess. I mean, yeah.
Is it just that last one where I think they asked you about what clothes she was wearing? Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
This is the only picture that has Melissa, right?
I'm sorry, is that a yes, ma'am?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
And that's good. And this picture is in 1995 or 6 because Chris is in the stroller.
There was one that we went to Six. There was one that we stayed at Six Flags.
But in this picture, this is before 1998, correct?
I guess. Yes.
Okay. So this is before Melissa ever called the police on Chris for hitting her, correct?
I don't know.
And some of these pictures are after 1999. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
After Melissa's body and head was found on Avon Street?
I guess. I mean,
After her torso, which has never been found?
I guess. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Melissa didn't have the opportunity to participate in her children's lives because she was dead, correct?
I guess. I mean, I don't know what happened to her. I mean,
Sustained.
It's argumentative.
I already said sustained, but thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. McDermott?
Nothing for this witness.
Bye-bye, y'all
Thank
smash
you.
that
You may
like
step down,
button
ma'am.
currently in the
The
mountain.
witness may be excused.
Be home in a couple
Mr.
hours.
McDermott? Okay, the witness is excused.
Well,
You could just leave
love.
that there, ma'am. Thank you.
that was Christopher's mama and Christopher's sister testified this
So,
morning too.
it is mine.
State rested this morning. And yeah, we're on the defense. And this mama thinks she's done nothing wrong. So yeah, not a lot. Yeah, totally crazy. Good morning, K-Swan. How you doing, love?
Contingent's about, it's nearing on 12:45, and so I was going to go ahead and break for lunch. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it is about 12:40. I'm going to have
Okay,
Back
let's see
in
if
here.
they say anything after the jury leaves. We'll see if they say anything, and then we will get. Oh, look, where you going, Christopher? Hold up, buddy. I think he's hungry. Drop you a link. Oh, wrong button, girl. I almost. Y'all see? Down, down, down.
Okay, you may be seated.
It gets crazier. I haven't gone that far.
Mr.
yet.
McDermott, I need at some point to have a conversation with Mr. Wolfenbarger in terms of his intentions regarding testifying? Is that a conversation that you've already had with Mr. Wolfenbarger, and that's a decision that's been made by?
Okay, so see, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm gonna be honest. You ready to go up, Denise? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready up. Okay. I don't want to pop you up without you being ready. Hey, love, look at you so pretty today. All right, here we're gonna pop this down. Hi.
Hi. I'm sitting in my car. Kim, we're at the visitor center. We're getting ready to head back home. She wanted to go in and get some postcards. So I'm expecting her to come back out in just a minute. But yeah, we've been up here all day and we have had so much fun.
That is so good.
I will, oh, here she comes. I will get some pictures when she's got all the pictures.
Yeah, I had seen some on Facebook of her too, that she had posted too, because it connects, because she tagged you in it. So that's so cute.
Yes.
I'm so glad you're having a good time. We all need a vacation like that.
This is Kim.
How are you?
This is my friend Sheila. I'm a mod on her YouTube channel.
Oh, cool.
So I need to go back and watch all of today.
It kind of just skipped through it. His sister came on and she just kind of, I don't know. She really didn't have much to say. It was a lot of, I don't know. And I don't recall. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. And then the mom came on and it gets a little hairy. The defense didn't go very long with the mom, but the state went further with it. And she was kind of getting a little itchy. So
I wonder who I caught the very tail end yesterday, where they were doing the charging conference.
Yes.
Where they talked about the defense talked about a potential witness that they may need the police to bring.
Okay. Yes, that occurred this morning. They did send a warrant out for their arrest to try to bring them to court. So I don't know what happens. They didn't say. It wasn't the mother or the sister. It's a third person. So they haven't said exactly who it is. And so I'm not sure.
It's whoever will be next.
They'll either be next. I mean, she's asking Christopher if he's going to testify, which I don't think he does. I don't know. I haven't watched. I left. I doubt he will. I haven't watched. I was watching in another room, but I left before we got to this point. So I don't know if he does or not. So, you know me, I like surprises.
I think he's too cocky.
I think he is too. All right. I need to get the trial rolling back because I got to walk Hector out.
Okay. Bye, Hector. Have a good day at lunch. A good day at lunch. A good night at work.
A good night at work, right? All right. Thanks for coming up, Denise. And post more pictures. I love them. Y'all have a great rest of your day.
Kim's taking all the pictures, posting them, and tagging me. So
awesome.
All right.
Awesome.
Love you. Bye.
Love you too. Bye. Nice meeting you, Kim.
Nice meeting you. Bye. Kick me out.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, babe.
Mr. Wolfenbarger, to your satisfaction.
Not quite.
Not quite.
I want to talk with you.
Okay,
so talk about it over lunch, and then perhaps we'll revisit it when we return from lunch before the jury comes back in.
And
Anything else the parties want more time we might need with Barger about that? And so the person who makes the decision whether you will testify or not testify.
I'm going to go walk.
And do you also understand, sir, that if you do not testify, then upon request by you or your counsel, that I will instruct the jury that your decision not to testify cannot be used against you in their deliberations. Okay? So you do understand that?
I do.
Okay. And do you understand that if you choose to testify, you won't just get asked questions by your own lawyers, you will also be subject to cross-examination by the state's lawyers. Do you understand that, sir?
I do.
Okay. Now, I don't want to know what you've discussed with your attorneys, but have you had a chance to discuss with your attorney the decision whether you will testify or not testify?
I have.
Do you need any more time to talk to your lawyers about that decision?
No.
Okay. Having had an opportunity to talk with your attorneys about that decision, do you wish to testify in this case, or do you not wish to testify?
I do not.
You do not wish to testify. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Wolfenbarger. Based on your responses to my questions and your representations regarding having had ample time to discuss that issue with your attorneys, I find that Mr. Wolfenbarger has made a decision to not testify, and that that decision has been made with an understanding of his rights, and that that decision is knowing, voluntary, and intelligent. The second issue I wanted to take up with y'all is, it might not matter at this late hour, but my understanding is that the Sheriff's Department has now acknowledged that warrant and said they are taking care of it. So I don't know what that means, but it is what it is.
That's what the deputy told me as well, and it's unclear how we can kind of monitor it, but I know in the past when I try to call the warrant division, they rarely give me much information, but I take their word for it. They're working on it, and we'll either stay in touch with you or maybe the DA's office, and I can try calling the warrant division. I just know they're usually very reluctant to give information on the phone. So.
Okay, thank you. Now, the other thing I wanted to take up, I don't know how long it might take and where we are in terms of how much more time we might need with the jury today before we would be ready to for the case to be done. But we do still need to revisit the matter of the motions that the defense wanted to put on the record in terms of any motions at the close of the state's case. As we put on the record earlier, in an effort to be efficient with the jury, we went ahead and reserved your opportunity to raise those objections or those motions after we went ahead and proceeded with the state resting in front of the jury and then y'all going forward with some witnesses that you had.
Yes.
Okay.
At this time, in light of the state's having rested its case, we would move the court for a directed verdict of not guilty on both counts. On malice murder, the state has not proven it has not given any evidence of a cause of death. They have not shown any evidence that Christopher caused Melissa's death. They've not shown any evidence that she died unlawfully. On felony murder, they've not given any evidence that an aggravated assault occurred. They've not given any evidence that an assault occurred. They've certainly not given any evidence that it occurred with an object that could result in serious bodily injury. And they've certainly not also given any evidence that an aggravated assault occurred that caused her death. And they've not proved the cause of death. In neither case have they proved an intent to carry out either an aggravated assault or a murder with malice aforethought. In this case, Your Honor, is the evidence of guilt is only circumstantial. And the court must rule out every reasonable hypothesis that would support his innocence. They have not ruled out the fact that other people, including the victim's parents, including the victim's uncle, Martin Eric Jackson, including any number of random people in the area, could have carried this out. There are a number of reasonable hypotheses, and we've given evidence for some of them. And the court is authorized to apply that standard in granting a directed verdict. Just a second, Your Honor, please.
Sure.
The state has given some evidence from which, from what we've talked about with prior difficulties regarding the incidents of alleged domestic abuse that occurred in July of '98 and at some undetermined time before that. But when you're considering what a reasonable juror, well, I think your jury instructions covered as well, as far as what a reasonable juror would be allowed to consider as toward the elements of the crime. They cannot consider or infer character. They may not infer from those things that he had the character to commit other such crimes or wrongs later. In other words, they can't use that as propensity evidence. So they can't say, well, he did this, you know, he may have hit her on one other occasion, so he must have done it later, and therefore that fulfills one of the elements of the crime. They can't do that, and this court can't consider that. And as far as prior difficulties are concerned, the finder of fact is only allowed to use that to consider a state of feeling between the parties. So I would say there's an abundant lack of evidence in this case of intent and of the elements of the crime. And so we would request the court grant directed verdict at this time.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott. Who will I hear from for the state?
Hey, Judge.
Mr. Fawcett,
Yes.
your response?
Your Honor, I would cite two cases as a, then my computer goes, one second. Your Honor, I would cite two cases as authority for the court at the basis decision on. The first case is Odom versus Hughes. That is a Georgia Supreme Court case, 293 Georgia 447, 2013. Second case is Miller versus Lynch, 351 Georgia Appellate, 361, 2019 case. It ultimately speaks to the decision before the court when there is conflict and when there is no conflict in the evidence that's been presented by the state. Miller states the trial court may direct a verdict only if there is no conflict in the evidence as to any material issue, and the evidence introduced with all reasonable deductions therefrom shall demand a particular verdict. Where any evidence, even slight evidence, supports the opposing party's case, the directed verdict is improper. So first, the state is not required to prove evidence of motive, but the jury is authorized to consider evidence of motive. In this case, I would cite evidence of three different potential motives for this defendant to murder Melissa Wolfenbarger. First was the pending state court case from the July 1998 incident. There was a battery, and even though Melissa wrote an affidavit saying that she no longer wanted to pursue the TPO, we know from the March 29th, 1999 date that that criminal case was still pending. I think the fact that that case was still pending and that Melissa was murdered and was unavailable to attend, her head being found a month after that case was dismissed when they couldn't locate her, I think the fact that there was a pending case, the jury can consider that as possible motive. I think that the fact that this defendant was aware that Melissa Wolfenbarger was seeing an individual he referred to as Mike, we heard testimony from and confirmed and corroborated that. The fact that she was having an affair is another form of motive, possible motive for this defendant to murder Melissa Wolfenbarger. And we also know from Melissa's mother, the letters, and this defendant's own mouth that Melissa planned on leaving this defendant. All three of those are independent, separate, possible motives for this jury to consider as reasons why this defendant would want to have Melissa Wolfenbarger murdered. There are prior difficulties. And those prior difficulties further corroborate the battery that occurred on July 1998. There are three instances of the prior difficulties. The first in the beginning of the year, I believe it was February or March of 1998, where Tina Patton describes seeing marks around the neck of Melissa Wolfenbarger. Vividly describes that. As does the officer Marlon Sutton, describes the events that took place on July of 1998 when he, according to his report, observed bruises and abrasions on the person of Melissa Wolfenbarger. And then we have Thomas Dixon at the end of December 1998, which he's relaying information about the continual abuse that Melissa endured during that period, during that year. And also, again, how she planned on leaving him. I would say that from the testimony of the medical examiner's office, medical examiner, Dr. Terry in particular, her testimony was that she does not, in her expert opinion, believe that Melissa Wolfenbarger died of natural causes. That is from the circumstances of the facts that she reviewed, the fact that there were tool marks on the person, the bones of Melissa Wolfenbarger, on the neck, on the limbs, on the femur. The fact that the bags appeared to be situated to where she was, in her opinion, murdered at a different location, that those bags were placed there very recently to the time that they were located. Because of the rip in the bag, she isn't able to tell the time of death. You know that the head had not been outside of that bag for more than a day because there were no maggots, there were no insect activity. The doctor couldn't say whether or not the remains had been refrigerated and dropped off. That was a possibility. She also couldn't say, she couldn't say whether or not Melissa had been strangled because the parts of her neck were missing for her to make that determination. She couldn't say if she had been strangled. She couldn't say if she had been choked, stabbed, shot, or a number of other different manners of death were just not available for that determination because of what was missing. And I don't believe that the defendant should be able to benefit from how well he was able to dispose of her body. The statement from Dr. Cherry is that the circumstances lead her to no other conclusion, that it's highly likely that she died of homicidal violence. And I think that that in and of itself are facts sufficient enough that the jury should decide this case. I would ask that the court deny the defendant's motion.
So I agree with you absolutely regarding the murder charge, that there is evidence from which there's evidence in the record that would create issues for a jury regarding the fact that homicide occurred and the fact that Mr. Wolfenbarger may or may not have caused that homicide, which are issues for the jury. So I'm going to deny your motion on the count one for murder. I think for largely the same reasons, I should refrain from granting a directed verdict on the felony murder. But I mean, candidly, I do have some concerns about the fact that even if there are clearly facts, the circumstances of her being found, right, that would support an inference, right, a reasonable inference if the jury decides to make that inference that the cause of her death was homicidal in nature. There's not any facts from which we can determine that any sort of weapon was used against her in any offensive manner. So how do I reconcile that?
Well, so it's not required for it to be a weapon. A per se weapon. So it's not required that the weapon be per se like a gun. Gun's per se weapon is by statute, but any object that has a possibility of causing serious violent injury.
Right, but there's no evidence of that. That's my point. I can infer that she was killed by homicide because of, for example, a jury could infer that from the circumstances of how she was found and how her body was dismembered and disposed of. But can you also rationally infer that she must have been assaulted with an object which, when used in the manner in which it was used, is likely to result in serious physical injury or death?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
And the reason why is because if she did not die of natural causes, there is the inference that there is an intentional act by the part of this defendant to cause her death, whether that is poisoning. That would be a substance that would cause serious violent injury. The aggravated assault could be the poison itself. If it was his hands around her neck and strangling her, the hands would be an object. We typically charge fists, feet, knees, elbows. All of those objects could be offensive weapons depending on how they're used. And it could be something that is man-made, like a gun, like a knife, like a belt or rope. And the point of the charging and the way the indictment is charged is because it is because there aren't parts of her that would allow for a determination, like the torso, for instance, like the neck structure. We cannot, with any degree of medical certainty, narrow down the limitless possibilities of objects that could have been used to kill Melissa Wolfenbarger. That's why, because of the circumstances of this case, dictate that the indictment be charged in a way to allow the jury to consider all of those possibilities. And so the court is going to instruct the jury.
Well, I mean, not necessarily. The DA could have elected to just charge murder, because either you can or can't prove murder. They didn't have to charge felony murder. I mean, you said we had to allege it the way we did. That's if you chose to allege felony murder, right?
Right. Having made that decision to charge felony murder, I think that the intent was to give the jury the ability to consider all the reasonable possibilities of objects that could have been used to commit this serious violent injury on the person of Melissa Wolfenbarger. And I'm saying it's serious violent injury because it wasn't a natural death. The circumstances create really the only reasonable inference is that this was a homicide. And so I think
Again, don't disagree with you that maybe the inference is that it was a homicide. The question is there a reasonable inference that it was an aggravated assault that caused a homicide?
And I guess what I'm saying is it is impossible for her to have been murdered with an intentional act.
Without having also had an aggravated assault.
That is correct. That's correct. I don't see a scenario that's possible, whether that's why I mentioned poison. Any object that would cause the death of Melissa Wolfenbarger with an intentional act would fit a category of an offensive weapon.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. McDermott, your response, sir?
What I hear the state saying is we can't eliminate every other reasonable possibility. And in the circumstantial only case, that's the standard by which it gets judged. It has to be. You're about to read jury instructions to the jury that says, if the state has not excluded every other reasonable hypothesis.
Right, but that's a decision for the jury, not for me
No,
necessarily.
not only. There are cases that say that standard can be used during a directed verdict. Wood v. State, more recent one, I don't know the number here, if you want to look at it. Stack-Thorpe v. State, that was a 2004 case. It was a negative case, but they upheld the same standard, that you may use that on a directed verdict. And what I hear the state arguing is they're basically confessing to you, we have not eliminated every reasonable hypothesis. We can't tell you if it was poisoning, which, by the way, is not aggravated assault by a deadly weapon. It's a whole different category that they didn't charge. And this, I was going to say, and the same with strangulation. It is a separate statute under the aggravated assault statute. They didn't charge that. They charged specifically offensive weapon.
Setting aside the somewhat nebulous understanding that we all have because of the circumstances of how Melissa's body was found, am I wrong that the state is allowed to prove facts that would demonstrate in any way that it might have occurred? I mean, I understand your position is they haven't offered any facts about how it might have occurred, but there are different ways that someone can be assaulted in an aggravated manner, and aren't they allowed to offer facts that would prove any way that might constitute that under the statute?
Well, I mean, they can offer whatever they want as long as the court allows it. But as far as proving what they've charged in the indictment, they have to prove an offensive weapon.
Right.
Okay. It can't be by strangulation, can't be by poisoning, and they've not eliminated, by the way, that she died of a drug overdose in somebody's house and they panicked and tried to hide the body. There's a lot of possibilities they haven't tried to eliminate. And that's what I'm trying to say. This doesn't need.
Sorry, I didn't know I was muted. He's over here saying a possible drug overdose. And what? I mean, they're reaching.
You go before the jury. They don't have proof that an aggravated assault happened. They don't have proof of a deadly weapon. And they don't get to say, well, just let us have a smorgasbord before the jury. It's supposed to work in the opposite direction. If you charge something, you're supposed to be bound by that.
Okay. What, Mr. McDermott, you mentioned the Stack case. Can you give me that citation?
It's Stack-Thorpe, citation 270 Georgia App, 796.
Oh, sorry.
The other case is Wood v. State.
Sorry.
It's a little older.
Sorry.
156 Georgia App, 810.
Thank you. As I've said, I'm going to deny the motion for directed verdict on the count 1 for murder. I'm going to look at the case line, and I'm not going to rule right now on the DV on the felony murder count, which is count 2 of the indictment.
Understood.
Do we have other witnesses that we'll hear from the defense?
I have one other witness here.
Okay.
I was trying to get in touch with another one who's just not going to be available, except maybe by Zoom. Did we discuss that?
He did.
And then the one we're trying to arrest.
Okay, so if I tell you that we're ready to resume for the afternoon and you have your one witness when they're done and you don't have another witness, are you ready to rest? What's going to happen then, sir?
I still want that other witness here. I'm going to ask for a continuance if she's not here.
Okay. Obviously, does the state anticipate that there will be some rebuttal just from a timing perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, like how much? Like a whole day's worth or?
No, I would say at most an hour and a half.
So we're still thinking, other than perhaps this witness and the request for a continuance to find that witness or deliver that witness here, we're still thinking that today we can get the evidence closed in this case. Is that still reasonable to you, subject to this witness?
Well, I mean, assuming my witness, subject to the availability of that witness.
Mhm.
If she were here, I would probably need an hour, maybe 45 minutes with her.
Okay. Okay. So anything else we need to take up before we bring the jury back in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from us currently.
Okay, we're ready for the jury.
Okay, so I didn't have an earthquake, guys. I need to apologize for my screaming out a minute ago. So this is the first time me streaming with my desk in this format with moving things around. And usually the way I stream, you can see everything behind me, which was part of my living room. And then I always showed the couch that the dogs lay on. Well, the couch that they lay on is now on the other side, on the back end of my desk. And they're used to jumping and running and being all crazy. And they jumped up there and they were like trying to figure out what was going on with my desk. And they just started knocking my monitors over and stuff, trying to figure out why I was in a different position than they normally see me. I am so sorry for the scream. So back to the trial. I'm sorry about that. So we're going to have somebody on Zoom, they said that they're expecting, and then the one that hasn't showed up. So now they're coming in with the jury, and there is a gentleman on the stand, and I'm not sure who this is. So let's find out. He looks like Christopher, and I'm going to guess that it might be that son that they keep talking about.
Mr. McDermott, the defense may call the next witness. The defense
I was
calls.
right.
Defense calls.
Y'all, I
That's okay.
told y'all I do this blind. In the afternoon, I'm blind. Did watch a little bit of Ada K this morning, but when they got to the question of was he going to take the stand, I said, I voted, I'm gone. Bye. Have a good day. So I didn't know. I don't know if he took the stand. Yes, it's Joey.
Come on up, sir. And when you reach the witness stand,
wonder
if
what
you'll do me a
he's gonna
favor
say.
before you sit down,
Oh
turn
my
around and
God.
face the deputy and raise your right hand. He'll swear you in.
You swear affirmative the testimony that you're about to give, the whole truth, and what the truth said.
Your Honor, I think I need to get Ms. German to admit me to the Zoom.
Ms. German or Mr. Freehoff or Ms. Johnson, can somebody admit Mr. McDermott to the Zoom?
Ding
I think
dong.
I'm with the state and you think I'm the defendant.
Yes, exactly.
Please, each state and spell your name for the court, please.
Joseph Wolfenbarger. That's JOSEPH WOLFENBARGER.
And if you would, while you're testifying, if you'll just try to lean forward into that microphone to make sure that we can
And
hear
quit
you, okay,
sitting
sir?
in that chair, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. McDermott.
Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. I don't like to prejudge, but baby boy could have combed his hair. It might be windy outside. I don't know what the weather is like there, but sweetie, we're in court. Y'all, I don't even know what to think about. I'm getting chills just even thinking about what this. He's got to be a traumatized kid. I don't know what
Mr. Joey, do you know the defendant?
Yes,
How do you know him?
that's my father.
Okay. And do you know Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Of no ever.
Okay. And do you know Kathy Wolfenbarger?
Oh, see, that's already upsetting. Y'all, I know of her. That is his mother. And you see the way he rolled his eyes when he said that? Okay. I'm not, look, Kate. Sorry, case one's already judging, and I'm prejudging, and I don't like to prejudge, but I'm not, I'm not happy with just 10 seconds.
That's my father.
Okay. And do you know Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Of no ever.
Okay. And do you know Kathy Wolfenbarger?
Yes,
And how do you know her?
that's my grandmother.
And do you live with her?
Yes,
Okay. What do you
Oh,
do for a
still
living?
lives with her?
mechanic for the most part.
Okay. Did you grow up with Kathy Wolfenbarger in her household?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember at any time growing up, say around the early 2000s, that she took all the pictures of Melissa Wolfenbarger down
Might
from
be
your
right.
house?
I don't really recall ever seeing pictures of her, like in the house.
Okay. Do you remember at some point in your life being told what happened to your mother?
Yes, more so at a young age.
And what were you told at a young age?
I mean, I would say I was at least about 4,
Okay.
5, maybe.
And what were you told about
Your
her?
Honor,
It
I
was-
am going to object to that. That would be your son.
Yeah, don't know exactly.
Sorry, I apologize, sir. When there's an objection, I have to just wait and not answer the question. Can y'all come here for a second, please?
Ooh, this is gonna be rocky. And you're probably right, TC. I wonder if it's that ex-wife, yeah, that has his other son. She's probably like, I want no part of this shit. Leave me out of it. Keep my name out your mouth. Keep my child's name out your mouth.
Mr. McDermott, please go ahead.
I'm going to attempt to go back in, if I may.
Sure.
It might help to have the current day, right?
That would help.
Yeah, I'm
There's a
thinking
new
that
one every
too. I
day.
don't think he wants to be there. Looks really
Thursday,
uncomfortable.
August 21st.
Yes, sir.
Yes, today is Thursday, August
All right,
21st.
we'll see if it works.
It is now 3:05 Central Time in my world.
Okay, I'll repeat the question. Do you remember what you were told happened?
That somebody had killed her, and that it's only so much you can tell a small child, but it was more so that it was done in a very horrific way.
Did you at some point move in with your father?
I mean, yes.
And about how old were you when that happened?
It was after high school. It was.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't recall the exact dates, but
Do you remember where you lived at the time?
yeah, same place he was found
Was it
in Griffin.
in Griffin? Okay. And did anyone else live with you at the time?
Yes,
And who were they?
my little brother, Alias, and it was mainly just us 3.
Did your sister live with you at any point?
No, that was before.
Did she come visit you at any point?
At what time are you referring?
This is afterwards.
Like,
Okay, let me try a different line. Do you remember at some point the defendant making a comment while watching a TV show that he knew how to dispose of a body by burying it under concrete or something to that effect?
it wasn't necessarily from a TV show. It was more so we were discussing about how Carl had gotten away with other murders, and we were talking about different scenarios. And my sister had walked in later on, kind of caught half of the conversation, and kind of been standoffish about the conversation.
Okay, so a couple questions just to clarify. The context of the discussion was Carl Patton's murder.
Right.
Okay, and at some point, Chrissy walked into the room and overheard the conversation.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to share screen, please.
Hey, are you in?
I am in now. And what I want to share is previously discussed self-authenticating document. It's a nationally reported news article. I emailed it to you as you requested.
Y'all come here.
All right.
Y'all come here. She's always saying that. Y'all come here. Y'all come here.
All right, the jury.
You can sit there. Yes. You just stay right there.
Where are they going? Are they leaving? Do we have to talk outside the jury? Where are they going? But what are they saying? It's glitching. It's glitching, y'all.
Full disclosure, I did read the article at the time to assess that assertion. Mr. Fawcett, what is the state, or Mr. Wilson, I guess technically it's his witness. What is your position? I don't really care.
What is your position?
Let me clarify for my record. I don't really care who argues.
I sense that, Your Honor. Your Honor, that article's, we don't have any further, I agree that it's self-authenticating, but it's an article about facts of this case allegedly told by someone.
Well, let me.
That makes it for the truth of the matter asserted.
Well, forgive me for interrupting you. Mr. McDermott, what is the purpose of offering this article anyway?
Thank you for asking. The relevance of this article is that there was an audio played, an audio interview of Christopher in 2021 in his home. At one point in that interview, he's asking questions back and forth with Detective, I believe it was Sergeant Layton. And he said something about Melissa's body being found in bags. Layton jumps on that like a gotcha moment and says, I never said they were in bags. That is a point the jury could hear and presume that Christopher was asserting knowledge about how she was disposed of that he didn't have prior to that. Christopher retorts in the video or in the audio, kind of just in passing, well, it was on the internet. And this article, that's why I had to stipulate to the date of that interview, was because this article was published in a national forum 3 days prior to that interview. And it would have been fresh in his mind. And so I think the jury, the defense certainly deserves to be able to put that before the jury to see that this was not only on the internet, it was in a prominent place, Dateline NBC. And as you can imagine, was certainly have been shared family to family and say, Chris, do you know you're in this article, et cetera. I'm not going to elicit all that. The point is to just say, here's a nationally reputed article, and it would have been the source of his knowledge, or it could have been the source of his knowledge as to the bodies being in bags.
Tell me again who that conversation was. We're talking about the one in 2001?
No, 2021.
2021, thank you. And that was with Calhoun?
Shepard and
Okay.
Layton.
Okay.
And it's the one where basically they get into this in passing. He mentions that their body was in bags. Speaking of something that happened much earlier, right? But they're like, we never told you they were in bags.
Okay. Mr. Wilson?
Your Honor, I can't see how this is the proper witness to publish an article. I think that what he said himself is that he's offering it for the effect that it had upon Christopher Wolfenbarger. Not Joey Wolfenbarger, but Christopher Wolf. I think that needs to come from the defendant, Your Honor. This is using hearsay, and to say it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, unless he has personal knowledge of the facts behind it, it absolutely is offered for the truth of the matter asserted, not what effect it had on the defendant when you're asking another person to testify as to the effect that it had upon the defendant.
Okay, well,
by showing the article.
I wouldn't let him testify about what effect it had on his father.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, Your Honor, showing that article is tantamount to putting it into evidence. I think he can ask if he knows. He can ask what is his personal knowledge is of articles on the. But to put that article on there and that somehow give it a self-authenticating extra level of authenticity, so to speak, and that's improper, Your Honor. I mean, because that's what they're doing. They're trying to bolster testimony by using a news article, which is not really how it should be done.
I also, so at the time I did review the article, and I looked at some case law. And the concern I have here is that there are ways to ask Joseph Wolfenbarger, were you aware that your mother had been found? Did you become aware that your mother had been found in bags sometime before 2021 or whatever? There are ways to establish that. There are even ways to establish that news articles that were widely available existed. But the only purpose, in fact, I mean, the only purpose to offer a news story like this, the only reason that it's self-authenticating is because the idea is that the facts in there are true and can be relied upon because they are in widely available, reputable publication. And what I need to pull up the case law that I was looking at because that was like a week and a half ago. I was looking at it like a week and a half ago, but ultimately my concern is that this is going to confuse things because it is a long article with lots of detail, some of which may or may not be in front of the jury. And I would be worried about confusing the jury when really what I understand you to be talking about is what you're trying to establish is that the fact that Melissa was dismembered and found in bags was publicly available knowledge prior to 2021. And there are other ways to do that without injecting all of this narrative information that's been wrapped up in a pretty package by Dateline NBC.
Okay. A couple of things. I just want to backtrack to what you said about self-authenticating, the purpose of it being that the facts in there are true. That's not an authentication question.
I understand it's not an authentication question.
The self-authenticating just goes to, is the source what it claims to be?
I understand, but
we're not entering any true facts. Now, as far as the whole article coming in, I began this discussion several days ago with Mr. Fawcett. I shared with him the link, and I said I don't want to put the whole article in. I just want to have a screenshot of the one paragraph that says the body bags. And of course, this discussion is in the course of trial. You know how things go. I haven't gotten a ruling back and all that stuff. So my intention is not to put all these facts before the jury. It's just that one, and that's why along with the link, I sent a screenshot of just the beginning of the article that has nothing more than introductory material and one paragraph that mentions the bags. That screenshot also has the date on there, so I can ask him what date was this published.
Well, that's exactly why it shouldn't be let in, because he's using that to supplement questions that can be asked of this witness.
I'm sorry, say that again, Mr. Wilson?
Well, he's using the date, for example, the date of the article. He can certainly, as the court has already said, he can ask questions. Are you aware of these articles? Are you aware of these things? Rather than putting in an article itself.
So if I understood your Honor, that you would have a problem with confusing the jury, I think providing just a short screenshot of only the relevant information solves the 403 problem.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find my prior research, and for some reason, the Westlaw is not cooperating with me, so just give me a moment. Found it. So I want to take a look at that, Mr. McDermott. What were you saying, sir? I was trying to look at Westlaw and pull up my prior research.
My apologies for interrupting. I was just appending on to what we had discussed, that you had discussed the problem of confusing the jury with facts that may not be in evidence. And I think providing only the screenshot with the one paragraph and the relevant information solves that 403 problem, so there's no confusion.
Well, I mean, the screenshot that you've provided says that Mr. Wolfenbarger was arrested on August the 7th. It says he's currently in custody. It says, it tells a story about Christina when she was 3 years old, that I don't recall her testifying to. I mean, I'm looking at the screenshot that you attached to your email.
Yeah, I'm a little,
Do they really want all that brought in? I'm kind of confused by that. Why would they want to bring in that he's in custody and all that in a document? They don't want the jury to know that.
don't remember those being on there.
Yeah.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Well, I'm going to share my screen so you can see what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So this
They
is,
have gotten an earlier version of the screenshot.
okay, well, the email that you sent me at the end of our pretrial conference on
Oh, that's right. The update.
last Monday,
Yeah.
that's the screenshot that you sent me, and it has lots of information that is not in evidence and or inadmissible.
That is true.
Yes. We've
Can
read
I
the
just
article.
redact that and leave what's below?
You're gonna
So again, I don't understand why you need this news article to establish the fact you're trying to establish, which is that at least as of May of, does that say 2001?
Yes.
Okay.
2021.
2021, because
And so the point I keep trying to make is that this was published 3 days literally before they went down and interviewed him on this point.
I understand that, but also couldn't you have established that with Calhoun or Shepard?
I didn't interview Shepard and yeah, it could have been.
I just mean, there are other witnesses in the case who could, okay. Here's the, yes, sir.
I don't want to hold up the court any
Okay.
further. If you want to rule against it,
Okay.
so be it, and we'll move forward. But it's authentic.
No question it's
It's,
authentic, but it still has to be relevant and non-prejudicial and
It is
not,
relevant, but it's prejudicial. I understand that.
and not hearsay or subject to an exception. And just because it can be authenticated doesn't make it not hearsay. And what I'm primarily concerned about is that it has minimal relevance for the concern. I think that the prejudicial nature of the facts that are contained in here, which are either not in evidence or would be subject to some sort of limit. I mean, like I said, I related the stuff that was there, but even if you were to limit further what it shows, what I think I understand is that the purpose of this article is simply to demonstrate that in 3 days before the police talked to Mr. Wolfenbarger in 2021, there was a news article that said that she was found in bags. And there are other better ways that are less inflammatory and prejudicial than this narrative that's been put together and made all shiny and pretty by Dateline NBC. Okay. Anything else that we need to, and just to be clear, I understand I didn't give you a ruling, but I need y'all to let me know again when you need a ruling, right? Like that was 2 weeks ago. So, or, you know, so.
In all fairness, I definitely tried to make that happen.
Well, I mean, you sent me an email. I understand that, but I've asked any number of times what other matters the parties need me to take up. And at no point did somebody say, oh yeah, there's this news article I want to ask Joey Wolfenbarger about. And you haven't ruled on that, Judge. Or nor, in fairness, did the state say, hey, Mr. McDermott wants to offer this news article that we object to. Nobody brought that to my attention. So I apologize that we had to do it on the fly with the jury stepping out. But there's a reason I asked 87 times, is there anything else that y'all want me to address before we do whatever we're doing?
Understood.
Okay, thank you. So are we ready for the jury to come back? Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. McDermott?
Let me ask one more question.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions for this witness except one. I was going to take a previously admitted exhibit, the weather reports, and see if he would be able to read that for the jury. It's perfectly common sense. Any average person should be able to do it. And the detective, it's to impeach the detective. We sat there and hemmed and hawed and made a big deal about it.
Isn't that document in evidence?
Yes.
So the jury can see it.
Right.
Can they not?
Yeah.
And if it's common sense, won't they be able to figure that out?
So you're saying no to it?
I mean, I just don't know any, I mean, other than that if it's common sense, your average person should be able to read it. But if I recall correctly, the detective struggled a little bit to read it too. And so I'm not sure I understand why Mr. Wolfenbarger, hang on. I'm not quite sure I understand why Mr. Wolfenbarger would be able to understand it and relate that either. Joey Wolfenbarger.
I think that's the point. I think the detective was being dishonest. And I think if an average Joe mechanic can read it, it would impeach the detective's credibility.
Mr. Wilson, that noise you just made is not an objection.
I understand, Your Honor. Your Honor, I do object to that. I don't think, I think it's been put into evidence. It's already been questioned about. And I think it's been, to have a witness read it when the jury can read it is cumulative, repetitive, and argumentative, Your Honor. So I think, and it's not, I don't think it would be appropriate for him to do it with his witness in front. I mean, obviously the person he did cross, Detective Callan.
Okay. I feel like you've made, that document's in evidence and you can argue that to the jury and you don't need to inquire with Mr. Wolfenbarger about it, Mr. McDermott.
Fair enough. So bring it back
Anything
in
else?
here. I will say no more questions.
Okay. Could you get Mr. Joseph Wolfenbarger back for me, sir? Thank you. Deputy, we're ready for the jury again. Obviously, once we get Mr. Wolfenbarger back on the stand.
All right.
Just come on back and have a seat on the witness stand.
Sir, you could have tucked in your
And Deputy,
shirt
now we're ready for the jury.
with your shirt all hanging out, looking like a bum off the street. Sir, we don't do that. This is court. This is respect for your mother and your father. Oh, I'm sorry. My dogs are having.
Thank you all. Please be seated. Mr. McDermott, you may resume your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions for this witness.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wilson, questions for this witness?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Now, you were born on July 5th of 1996, isn't that right?
Yes, that's right.
So you would have been about 2.5 when your mother went missing, correct?
That sounds about right.
And you have no personal memory of that, correct?
Exactly.
Not of her, no.
So you have no memory at all of your mother?
I mean, no, like not like a living version of her, no. I mean, there's little bits here and there I can remember, like of the ceremony, but that was it really. I didn't really understand, who she was,
Yeah, because you were only 2.5 when it happened.
Right. I mean, but it was later on when the ceremony and whatnot.
Now you lived with your mother. Well, excuse me. You never lived with your mother.
No, not really. No.
Yes, you lived with Kathy Wolfenbarger, your grandma.
Right.
She wanted you to call her mom.
Not exactly. It was just more so it was easier that way.
So you did call her mom.
Yes.
Okay. And you never saw pictures of your mom at all while you were growing up?
I mean, I've seen some, but they wasn't like displayed all over. There was, the rare occasion that we would go through photo albums or whatnot, but that's the only real time that I've seen them early on.
And those photo albums were located in the house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were 4 when you were told that your mom had been murdered?
I would say that's about right. 4 or 5, somewhere around there.
And you were told by Kathy Wolfenbarger, correct?
Not really. I mean, it was more so of Rachel.
Rachel
she got more into detail with it.
That's his
Okay.
name.
And so you heard a bunch of details
Yes.
when you were 4.
Yes.
And you never asked your dad about what happened, correct?
Rachel, stop.
I mean, it'd
Who's
always
Rachel?
been a touchy subject for, talk about anybody, it's not really.
Okay. So you really never had conversations about your mom's death with your dad, haven't you?
I mean, bits and pieces, you know.
But nothing extensive.
Right.
And that over the years?
Right.
Okay. And after high school, you moved in with your dad?
Yes.
And you haven't had conversations with him about it? Only bits and pieces, correct?
Correct.
And you were still living with him? You're still living at that address?
I mean, not at the moment, but, you know, I was off and on for a while, you know, shared 2 residents.
Who was the other residence was Kathy Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
Can I just have a moment?
Sure.
Right now, you live with Kathy?
Yes.
Okay. And who is Rachel?
That was the woman he got with after my mom.
Okay. So you've talked about it with your dad's girl, kind of living?
Right. They were living together and they moved in across the street.
Okay.
Yeah.
One more moment.
Sure.
Thank you.
What year were you born again?
96.
96. So when Melissa's remains, or when you went to the ceremony, you mentioned the ceremony a while ago, and you said you had just faint memories from the ceremony. And that would have been in 2003, correct?
Yes.
And so you would have been about 6 or 7 at that point. What have you been 6?
Yeah, give or take, yes, about
Okay.
6.
So you wouldn't have heard anything about your mother's, how she went missing until after that point, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is your memory still fuzzy from all that stuff?
Right, right.
Okay.
Like I can remember like bits and pieces, like kind of where we were standing or whatnot, but you know, just.
And so is it safe to say that the discussions you had with Rachel would have come after that point?
Right.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Wilson?
Just very briefly.
Sure.
Now you have a full sister, correct?
Can you?
You have a full sister. You have a sister.
Yes.
And what's your age difference
10 months.
between you and Chrissy?
Yes. 10 months.
Okay. Nothing further.
What?
Mr. McDermott?
I'm nothing further. You may be excused.
Thank you, sir. You can step down and you are excused as a witness. Mr. McDermott, defense may call its next witness.
So, may we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What are y'all into over there? Lola, bring it. Yeah, 10. That's what I was saying. 10 months. I mean, that's. Oh, the jury's getting their steps in. I'm telling you. Yeah, Irish trends. That's what it, yeah.
Deputy, can you do me a favor and check on the status of efforts to locate that witness or bring that witness here? Because
Deputy.
that's the next witness they want.
I will have to go upstairs because I don't have the number.
Okay. I'm gonna, because it's time sensitive, is it okay? I'm gonna ask that we leave that deputy here and you go take care of that while I take up some other matters with these individuals.
We need to bring the other person.
So
Yeah,
if he
right.
goes, then I can't take up these other matters with these lawyers because he's not here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Miss German, can you please, can you get another deputy in here? Because if you leave, then
I see my call.
thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
I'm curious about the rebuttal. I just want to make sure the rebuttal rebuts something that occurred today because we didn't have a case yesterday, so the rebuttal has to be something in response to something that happened today.
Obviously.
And I'm curious, I don't think they have to pre-clear it, but I guess I'm preemptively filing a motion that they don't get to just start putting up new witnesses or dealing with issues that came up yesterday or last week, or it has to be rebuttal of today, because we didn't have a case before
I think
today.
we all know that that's what rebuttal's supposed to be.
It is.
Okay. What though of our other witness? They're not here yet. Mr. McDermott or Mr. Samuel, can one of you tell me who that witness is?
Yes,
Because
tell us.
I'm having the deputy check now
I
by
need to
some
know.
miracle.
Someone is coming to believe me.
Thank you, sir. By some miracle, maybe he goes upstairs and finds out that that person is already in a sheriff's car and is on the way here from wherever it was that I saw that they were from, which was, yeah, far away. No, I thought it was out the west side toward Alabama.
It's Covington.
It's Covington? Okay, so east side. Okay. But that's far. In any event, so let's say by some miracle that person is somehow going to be produced here today. But it's very likely that that person is not going to be produced here in any reasonable time to be testifying today. And so my understanding from you, Mr. McDermott, is that it would be that y'all would be moving for a continuance. Is that correct?
Yes,
What?
Your Honor.
Tell me who this witness is and why you believe
Why is this
that a
person so
continuance would be justified to allow that witness to testify.
So one of the undercurrents in this trial has been the relationship between Melissa and Christopher's family, Melissa and her family. A huge part of that is this custody battle, and I think the jury's going to have to decide at some point. One side was pressuring her to do this, and one side she wanted to be with, or maybe there's some other complex dynamics. In my opening statement, I gave, basically said that the evidence is going to show that there's strong evidence of a very poor relationship between Melissa and her mother at the early stages of her life that ended up leading to her running away. Okay. The state has been able to counter that by presenting these evidence of these cards and the letter, et cetera, et cetera. But I have relied upon this witness to provide the evidence I need to sustain what I told the jury was going to show. And I think it's a relatively important piece of evidence to show that she did have a poor relationship with her mother. And so this witness was a next door neighbor to the Wolfenbarger, or to the Pattons.
To the Pattons.
At sometime in the 80s up until maybe the early 90s. She was best friends with Melissa. She is going to testify that all the things I said in my opening, including some that are arguably worse, that they were locked in their rooms, they were not allowed to leave to get water. Melissa was not happy. Melissa began running away with her. Eventually, on at least one occasion, did drugs with her and got into some other things. And she's going to testify that the locking in the rooms specifically went on from about age 7 until about age 12, every day that she came over there, all day. And there's a considerable amount more of backstory to that. So, and then at some point after the finding of the baby, Melissa started running away.
Well, that's in evidence. I mean, that part very clearly is in evidence. I've heard people discuss it multiple times, and not just through lawyer questions.
I don't need her to establish that point, but it does establish it in the context of the timeline of what she calls Melissa's neglect and abuse. She will also testify that there were times that at some point her mother would not allow her to have makeup. She had to use colored pencils on her eyes. She's going to testify that her mother would not give her feminine hygiene products, that she had to use socks for pads. And I think those are all relevant as far as illustrating the relationship and the feelings Melissa would have had to her mother. I cannot fulfill what I said in opening statement without this witness. And so I think for that reason alone, not to mention the extremity of what she's going to testify to, I think it warrants a continuance if we need to have it.
Do we have any information about why she's not here?
I do. So when I initially contacted her probably 2 weeks ago, I was actually shocked that I finally got through to her, and she was effusive to me. She was like, I want to tell my side of the story. I want to tell this. She's very clear. She's not a fan of Chris, and she's not on his side in this trial.
but that she said, I will show up and tell the truth. I said, well, would you testify? She said, for him, no, but I will tell the truth. And I said, if I subpoena you, will you come? She said, yes. And she, on a couple of occasions, kind of went silent as I was trying to communicate to her what days to be here. But she came back a couple evenings ago and told me that because I think it was her stepson died at the beginning of July, she's been dealing with depression and things like that. And that she just needed to spend a day or two in bed. But she texted with me. She sent me a bunch of pictures of Melissa and them growing up. She was very open about it. I shared with her that, if cost is a problem, we're allowed to reimburse you for certain things, travel, whatnot. And she said, oh, okay, fine. And it was clear to me at that point she was going to come. And then yesterday, she didn't come. And then I contacted her last night, and she gave me a hard, trying not to use the word she used, but it was basically
Not just no, but
I think she's realized that what she has to testify to will help Chris in some way, and so she's refusing to come. And I did not tell her I was going to send a deputy because I don't want her to run and hide somewhere. And that's the long and short of it. So the short story is that it was not until the day, or I think it was early this morning, that I got text from her saying I'm absolutely not coming, and variations of that.
okay.
Sorry,
So-
didn't mean to do that.
Realistically speaking, though,
my phone.
I mean, let's play this out logically. Are we confident that even if a deputy did go to her house and force her to come here, that she would willingly testify? I mean,
I fully expect she's going to be resistant, and I would ask to treat her as an adverse witness. I have our conversation recorded, and I've made a transcript of it.
Oh.
So I am
well,
prepared.
if she's refused to, well, she wasn't. I mean, she isn't available if she's refusing. But anyway, what are your thoughts, Ms. Hilton, or somebody from the state?
I'll just add, if the state will waive cross, we'll be happy playing portions of the audio.
That won't happen.
She said that won't happen.
Yeah, right.
Your Honor, we don't necessarily object to a continuance if this witness is under subpoena and can get here. So we're not opposed to the continuance, Your Honor. We would ask if we can have a copy, at this juncture, can we have a copy of the recording and the transcripts of this witness's interview so that we can.
Yeah, I mean,
It
they
was
should have
sent 2
given
days
that.
ago, Your Honor. They have the email.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
You
they
mean
should
you
already
emailed
had
them
all
the
that.
audio file?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so one other question that I had asked counsel at the bench, I mean, it's less than ideal, but if there is a chance, which I'm going to wait and see what I can hear from the state, from the sheriff's office about any progress that's been made to locate this person and go get her. But if there is rebuttal, is it possible we could just go ahead with rebuttal and come back to this witness if we can get her here later today?
I would not prefer that because I don't know what she's going to say, and my rebuttal witnesses may need to address what she's going to say. And so I wouldn't want to start any of my witnesses.
In fairness, Mr. Wolfenbarger did pretty much tell you what he was going to. I mean, it sounds as if the only knowledge that she could have if she knew Melissa when she was a kid is Melissa didn't get along with her parents and some specific facts about it.
But we never know what's actually going to come out on the stand. So we understand the recording, we understand what his proffer is, but I don't know what she's actually going to say, what's actually going to come before this jury. And so the state would prefer to have the defense finish their case, and then the state moves forward with rebuttal at the conclusion of their case.
Okay. Yes, Mr. McDermott.
Yes, Your Honor. Your patience is unlimited and admirable. And there's no reason they couldn't go ahead with the rebuttal witness. And if our witness is here or not, we can still hold her over to the next day. I mean, I'm saying we can still do the rebuttal if they want to.
Yeah, I think I know everything I need to know except for what effort, if any, has actually been made to go and find that person. So at this point, we're just going to have to let the jury cool their heels for a minute until I step off the bench so that Deputy Holt can go check, because for some reason there's not two departments that do that, right? Poor Miss Deputy Holt is stuck doing it himself, even though he's also got to be in here doing this part of the job. So in any event, I'm going to take a break for a moment so that Deputy Holt can step out and see what the answer is about this witness. And then I will come back and we will figure out what to do. I will tell you that I don't love the idea of a continuance, but if there's some reason to believe that she can be gone and gotten, and all I need to do is delay until perhaps in the morning, that's not unreasonable. But this case is going to the jury tomorrow. I mean, I just don't see a universe in which we can justify for what sounds to me like relatively narrow topic of inquiry for a witness, delaying this jury beyond having the case tomorrow. But I might consider a continuance tomorrow if there's some reason to believe that she might be gotten and delivered here and cooperative. So anyway, I'm going to step off. It's 3 o'clock. I'll come back in maybe 10 minutes when hopefully Deputy Holt has some information for me. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we're going to fast forward.
Reluctant is that nighttime crew, the we're going to go back on the record. Mr. Wolfenbarger is present here in the courtroom. We took a break while I got an update from the Sheriff's Department's warrant division as to the likelihood of getting that witness served with a warrant and or delivered here in execution of that warrant. And so here's what I have been told. So I've spoken directly with one of the higher ups in the warrant division. And that warrant has been given to the nighttime crew, the evening warrant server guys. And I'm told that they're also going to notify Newton County, which is, and ask Newton County to ride out, which is where Covington is located, I think. And that they believe that they will be able to provide the court with an update by, certainly before 9 tomorrow morning, that either they have secured the witness and are prepared to deliver her to the courtroom to testify, or that what I think is likely realistic, if she's that reluctant, is that they went to her house and knocked on the door and nobody answered. And that they have attempted to, secure her and not been able to. So for that reason, if the defense's request is that we have a continuance until tomorrow morning, then I'm inclined to give one. But as I said before I left, and you can make whatever record you want to make, I would not be inclined to, as long as a reasonable effort has been made to execute that warrant and secure that witness's presence here, I wouldn't be inclined to delay things any further beyond tomorrow morning. Questions, thoughts, concerns on that issue? Mr. McDermott.
Well, I mean, you've basically already given a ruling. I mean, your inclination is your inclination, but I think the witness is important given what's on the record and what we need to put on the record. And I subpoenaed her a long time ago. This is, I've made a great effort to secure her to be here. So, I would request, I understand the logistic aspect of it and the difficulty for the jury and whatnot, but I would request a continuance at least through Monday, if need be.
To do what, though? Right? If the warrant division, sorry to something, if the warrant division is going to go to her house and either interact with her and say, come with us, or you have to appear, or get no response, then what would delay, if they're going to do that tonight and report back to me that they did that one way or the other, then what would there be a need for a further delay?
I mean, yeah, obviously You can't know if she's just not answering the door or if she's fled somewhere, so.
Right. And I don't know anything about her criminal history, but you know, I don't, my point is it's a witness warrant, right? I mean, so yes, she hasn't complied with the subpoena, but.
I mean, you have more power than just to grant a continuance for one day, though. There's lots of contempt power there that you can use. And I would request that there be more than one effort made knocking on her door. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. And that's really what I was trying to get to is what else would you have me do other than what they're going to try and do tonight? So I understand further efforts.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm really sorry. There's a provision, of course, in the evidence code in the same section on enforcing subpoenas that says that in such cases, secondary evidence may be used to supplement their, I know you can't give an advisory opinion, but I already talked about possibly playing portions of the tape.
Right.
I'm not sure what other remedy there might be in that regard. I would be happy to hear your thoughts and anything you've done in the past in that regard.
Ms. Hilton, what are your thoughts, ma'am?
Yeah, we would be objecting to any, I guess, a couple of issues. So one, as far as the continuance, the state doesn't object to a continuance to 9:00 tomorrow morning. At that point, I think I was taught in law school, don't make promises at opening that you don't know if it's going to happen or not. And so, Mr. McDermott keeps saying, I made these promises in opening, I made these promises in opening. I don't think that determines whether or not this case moves forward in the manner that the court wants to, just because he said it in opening. As it relates to playing portions of this witness statement without the state being able to cross-examine, Your Honor, I think that we will be objecting. While she might be unavailable, we've never had an opportunity in any previous hearing to cross-examine this witness. And so we don't believe that the unavailability hearsay statute would apply in this case because we have had opportunity to cross-examine her. So playing this statement, we believe would be improper. I think that's it.
Okay. And then the next question is with or without that witness, right? If the defense either has that witness and has her testify or doesn't have that witness and then I guess calls any other witness it may or may not have tomorrow morning. And then I guess we're going to delay the state's rebuttal until tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. Have you actually had an opportunity, not that I'm necessarily inclined to, given the vagaries of what's been represented to me, but have you had a chance to actually listen to whatever that witness has said and whatever recorded statement Mr. McDermott provided to you?
I just started listening to it. I'm probably about 12 minutes in, so I have about 20 more minutes to go, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is excuse the jury, have them go home and come back tomorrow morning at 9 or 9:30, excuse me. And we will expect either a witness or the defense to rest. And then the state will have its rebuttal, which we've already discussed. We all understand will be rebuttal of something that the defense actually put on or created an issue about. And then we'll plan for the jury to get the case tomorrow. In the meantime, after I send the jury home, I would like to have the actual charge conference and any other matters that we need to take up. Anything else that y'all need me to address before I bring the jury in and send them home?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense.
Okay. Can I have the jury, please?
Okay, so they're going to dismiss the jury for the day. I'm not ready to go. I've only been on here for less than 3 hours. I'm not ready to go. But I wanted to talk about Sarah Grace Patrick. Also, Donna Adelson her opening statements are coming up. I may play her opening statements. I'm kind of trying to hold out to see if they actually go live with her opening statements. They haven't yet. It just says that it's coming. It's going to be starting soon. But but I would really like to watch the opening statements on Adelson. So I think I may stream those if they go live here soon. You know what we can watch? Let's see. Let's watch her dismiss this jury, and then I have a video. She's talking and we can't hear nothing she's saying. So this is just beautiful.
Points. I'm trying to figure out.
Because I like to fix them where I can. Some of them y'all have already brought to my attention.
Let's see.
Grave suspicion, which was requested by the defense.
So they're just going to review the jury instructions. Yeah,
Witness impeached. So we witness supported, which
I'm gonna turn this down. Yeah, I was looking at some of that stuff, and I couldn't. As far as the Menendez,
to rehabilitate a witness,
it just says
we
that
didn't actually discuss tailoring of witness attacked.
I was watching some,
but tailoring it to the evidence, I didn't hear. Thank you. I didn't hear anything about.
Yeah, so that Newsom has to go 120-day legal review.
Bias in the particular way that it's contemplated here. What are your thoughts,
chat.
Mr. Samuel?
Yeah, so this is what it says. It says even if the parole board recommended release decision's not final, it would then undergo 120-day legal review before being sent to Governor Newsom for final
implications of bias.
Newsom has 30 days to approve,
parties' relative
deny, or
alignments
modify
with
the
one
decision.
another.
So
I've not heard bias demonstrated in the particular manner that it's contemplated by this instruction.
The state agrees, Your Honor.
State what?
Agrees.
Agrees, sir.
Sure.
I'm just looking at 131. You don't mind if we sit down, correct?
No, not at all.
So they're just going to go over some more jury stuff and jury instructions, which is fine. I wanted to watch this. I will drop the link for it in chat. This is, where did I put it? Here it is. This is Brian Enton Investigates. And y'all know we were talking about the judge the other day, Judge Steins. I'm sorry, Judge Mullins is who the sheriff took out. Well, Brian Enton had done a little, I say little, it was about a 20-30 minute video here. I want to play this and listen to this while we wait. And if Donna does go live and they do openings, I'll switch over to that. I have it playing in the background, kind of looking, but I wanted to share this with y'all because this goes with what we were talking about Steins the other day and everything that was going on.
To subscribe. I'm in Letcher County, Kentucky right now. This is where the sheriff shot and killed the judge right in the judge's chambers. I'm investigating what happened, and there is a lot more to the story. Allegations of a secret sex ring. I'm looking into all of it for this edition of Brian Enton Investigates. Hey guys, so I've got two really, really interesting interviews coming up from Kentucky. First of all, a woman who I spoke to who said that she had sex with the judge countless times. The judge who was murdered. She said she had sex with him countless times to get out of crimes. And she says that is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the corruption. Also, a jailer, a different woman who worked in the jail as a guard, who says that there were sex parties going on in and around the jail. And she goes into detail. So you're going to hear from both of those women in a second. First, let me give you guys some of the backstory here, catch you up if you haven't been following this case. Former Letcher County Sheriff Sean Mickey Steins has been jailed since the killing last September of the judge. It was caught on surveillance camera. This is in Whitesburg, Kentucky. That's where I was. And again, just think about this. This is a sheriff, the county sheriff, killing the judge. So this is extremely unusual. And from the moment this happened, I knew there had to be more to the story here. Steins is accused of fatally shooting Letcher County District Judge
I'm not
Kevin
even
Mullins
reading.
in the judge's chamber. And Mullins died at the scene, and Steins, again, who was the sheriff at the
I'm not even
time,
reading, y'all.
surrendered without
Sorry.
incident. The surveillance video shows a man who looks just like Steins, pulling out a gun, shooting Mullins as he sat at his desk, and the man walked around the desk then, pointed at the gun at the judge, and then fired again. Authorities haven't yet released a motive for the shooting, but this is where things get really interesting here when you start to peel back the layers. The judge, according to lawsuits that we've looked into and people that we've talked to, could have been involved in a sex for favors plot. The judge was connected to a sex for favors scheme when women on house arrest exchanged sexual acts for special treatment. And this is according to a lawsuit. Now, since the murder of Judge Mullins, everyone has speculated as to Sheriff Stein's motive for killing Mullins. The reason behind the shooting, according to some locals, could be that Judge Mullins, again, was involved in this sex for favors scandal, demanded that Stein keep his mouth shut about it when a lawsuit was filed by one of the victims. And at this point, at least 2 women that we know of have filed lawsuits who say that they were forced to have sex or they were told that they would have to go back to jail. And so that takes us back to where we are now, these women coming forward, including a woman who I interviewed named Taya Adams, who sat down with me. I went to her home in Kentucky, and she said that she had sex with the judge to get out of trouble. She acknowledges that the corruption is widespread. She also acknowledges that she's been in and out of trouble for addiction, and has been in and out of jail, but said that actually made her the perfect victim, and says she is telling the truth about what happened. Listen to this. So, what was your first interaction with the judge?
I knew him before because my sister worked for the Commonwealth Attorney for a really long time. Like, I grew up in his office and stuff. So whenever he got elected to be Commonwealth Attorney.
Grew up in his office?
We moved over into City Hall, and then Kevin was the assistant Commonwealth Attorney, and his office was like across the road from it. And I was kind of like informal intern in there, like learning office management and stuff. And I went over to his office to learn how to take a deposition. And that was the first interaction that I had with him as far as the sex and stuff goes.
What happened?
I gave him oral with my shirt pulled down. And whenever we were done, he threw money in my face, told me to clean myself up, and reminded me that I knew better than to tell my sister.
And what was his job at that time?
Assistant Commonwealth Attorney. And we would do sex parties and perform shows and have sex with them for money, things like that.
Where were the parties?
Various places. There are different cabins. There's an apartment down like toward Thornton that they would use. It's got like mirrored ceilings and a bidet and a sex swing and all the things. Yeah.
Did you feel like you could say no?
No. No, and they would make sure to make you feel as small and degraded and belittled as possible to take your power away,
What sort of things would they do?
But also, like, I have to say, like, we were having fun too, like we were doing drugs, we was doing coke, doing a lot of cocaine, partying, like it wasn't like they were just like, they weren't raping, like physically, like, what people think about when they hear the word rape. It was consensual. But it was the thing that we were so young, and then they used it against us and to destroy our lives later.
How so?
With the legal system. And CPS. Systematically removing your whole life, piece by piece.
Did they ever tell you that you couldn't say anything?
Yeah. I mean, that was just a given, and like who would believe it anyway, because the whole town's doing it, nobody cares. They're all swingers. It's all a big party to them. It was just like so normal.
Did you ever have sex with him after he became judge?
Yeah.
When he was the judge?
Yes. I've had sex with him in the chambers. I've had sex with him upstairs.
You had sex in the chambers?
Yes.
How did that?
It was not the room that's on film. That's on where that camera is, where the murder and stuff happened. That's not the room that was always the chambers. I don't know. Like, I think it might be behind that where it was, but there was like a different desk and everything in there. That's not the same room.
And how did that happen?
What?
The sex in the chambers. I mean, what?
We would just like, sometimes we'd just go over there and hang out, and he'd be like, just hang out. Let me go sit on the bench for a while. I'll be in a minute. you know, and everybody would come back there and smoke and stuff after. The girls who they would bring them up from the jail for the house arrest people and stuff, they would have sex all over the place with them too.
From the jail?
Yeah.
Were you ever there when that happened?
Yeah.
You saw it?
Yeah. Yeah, I knew the girls personally. Yeah, they were my friends and family. They were the people that we lived with on the streets.
So they would
The
bring
other ones that they've done the same thing to and taken their kids and slammed them and put them with all these big crazy charges.
So I mean, you're saying it like it's so normal, but I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
So the judge would have sex with inmates from the jail.
Yes.
And you saw it.
Yes, I was part of it. I was one of them. Not just from being in jail, like coming in off the street and seeing them. Yeah.
How did they keep it a secret?
It wasn't a secret. Wasn't a secret.
Why did you feel like you had to have sex with the judge?
Because he's the one with the power. He holds my entire life in his hands. He's
with
the one that makes the decisions over whether I get to keep my children or not. He's the one that makes the decisions on whether I go to jail or whether I get like they would drug test me all the time, and I would pass it, and social services would come in and say like, no, she failed it, and I would have to make them lab it every time because I wasn't failing it. That was the one good thing that Kevin did for me when my twins, we fought for them for months. Finally got them back in the home. Social services was so harassing and so bad that he called her out in court. He said, that's enough. He said, you have taken this too far, and I'm reporting you to Frankfurt. And he called the ombudsman, like contacted me and to supposedly open an investigation against the child services here. And I never heard nothing about it.
Did the judge ever say you have to do this, or if you do this,
you come see me 3 times and we'll take care of this. If it's a ticket or something, you know, or you get some minor charge, some petty charge, come visit me a few times. We'll take care of it.
He would say that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah.
And how many women do you think were also doing this?
Total over the years, hundreds. Yeah. And not just for the women who had charges. Like if your man or somebody, your child is in there, then you could go see him for that too.
And everybody knew this was going on?
Yes. Yes.
So what did you think when the sheriff killed the judge? When
My
you found out?
My heart just like exploded in relief. I thought finally somebody is going to see this, because now they can't look away. They have to look. They have to see what's happening here. And then it's been all this time and still not seeing anything happening, you know. Nobody's saying anything. People have been making videos and coming out with their story for a long time, but they're being retaliated against to the point that they're leaving this. They've had to pack up and leave homes that they own here and leave the state and go rent somewhere else because they've ran them out of town.
Do you feel nervous talking about this? Have you been retaliated against?
I'm a little bit nervous, but I also know that God's got this, you know, and that our kids, I don't want our kids to have to grow up in this town like it has been for us. Because once they get their hooks in you, they never let you go. You don't get to live. You don't get to choose your life. You don't choose your own path. They do that for you.
Has anyone tried to intimidate you into not talking?
Like comments on Facebook and yes, a lot of victim blaming, shaming, stuff like that, petty stuff. But then also we had the message from the jailer's sister that said that they started it, she's going to finish it. And she's on Facebook like slandering Liz, saying she went through like hours of footage to catch a freeze frame of her eye like glitching like in the middle of a blink or something, and put it on there on Facebook. Look, she's high. We need to call CPS to come take her kids. And that's how it happens. They'll call CPS on you, and then they will take your children unfounded for nothing, for no reason. Or like in my case, the court ordered me to take Suboxone, and then showed up at the hospital when I gave birth to take my child because she had Suboxone in her system. She had Subutex in her system. They said my prescription wasn't valid. It was. My clinic had closed like a couple weeks before I went into labor, but I still had a whole month's prescription for that month with pills left over that I hadn't even taken yet. And that was their grounds for taking her.
How many times would you say you had sex with the judge in the courthouse?
Countless.
Countless.
Or sexual relations of some sort. Yeah.
I mean, if you had to put a number on it.
I don't know. Have you seen my record? It's a long one.
And he basically,
He's been part of every charge I've ever had.
and when you would get a charge, what would he say?
He'd laugh at me, tell me come see him. We'll get it figured out or whatever. But he never did. He ended up just like slamming me. They slammed me with all them other crazy charges there at the end. Like once they were done with me, I think that they got scared. And something about it is they don't like for us to get sober. When we get sober, we start to heal and we start to speak on who hurt us. And they don't like that. So they'll send people out to relapse you and pull you back into their nonsense.
That is just
Do you know
horrible.
why the sheriff killed the judge?
I don't, but I have my own suspicion.
That is just a lot, guys. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I mean, these years, how many years has this been going on? She said she was a kid. She's not that old. She's like, I grew up in his office. How long has this been going on?
And beliefs.
What do you think?
I think that he's saying that nothing was ever going to stop. Nothing was ever going to change unless something big happened. I don't know what it was that triggered him to actually do that. Like, I don't know. I couldn't say. But knowing everything. And then if you notice, they put that charge on Ben Fields, right? Like he's the only one or something. And Mickey ended up getting named in a lawsuit for not doing anything about it or not properly training them. So I wonder, like, if he was like this is so far out of my hands, what am I supposed to do? It's like all these people here that have evidence, like physical evidence of all these horrible things that they've done to them, are just hiding it because there's nobody to give it to. Like what, you know?
What do you think of? I mean, what do you make of the sheriff? What is his sort of reputation?
He's got a good reputation. He was well respected. He was always good to me, fair, firm. You know, he'd take you to jail and stuff, but he wasn't like a groper and raper and stuff like the other ones. And he was always good to me.
Did he know about everything going on?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it bothered him. Like, I really do. Because I asked for house arrest. I kept asking over and over. I kept saying, Mickey, please let me go on house arrest. Like, this is crazy. And you know these charges on me are crazy. So every time I get him in the elevator, take him in court, I beg him. He'd say, well, we'll see. And then he never would put me on the list. And it makes me wonder why.
You think so?
Did anything ever happen to you in the jail?
Yeah, it's just.
I mean,
because you talk about having sex with the judge, but that was mostly when you were out, like, trying to avoid.
Yeah.
But what about when you were in jail?
Yeah, the jail workers and stuff, a lot of them, they would come up to the doors, stuff, they want to see your titties. They want you to come up so they can put their hands in the beanhole and touch you, things like that. There was like this old stairwell in the middle of the jail across from the med room. Like they would take girls in there and stuff sometimes.
No.
How do all these officials get away with this?
They run it all. They run it all. Their rehab programs and stuff, they're all in it together. They all got their hands in it. The drug court, they just keep extending your sentence. How is that? Do you know what happened with my case? We had the fight. They charged us with unlawful imprisonment in a holding cell beside the booking desk. They charged us with unlawful imprisonment, which is kidnapping. That's the charge that stuck. And they told me I had 7.5 years total. I get to prison and get my time sheet. I had 12.5 years. So I went and sent legal aid. They said, once the final judgment is filed, there's nothing else that you can do. It's final. So I did my time. I made parole upon completion. I did all their programs and stuff that I was eligible to do. And when I got out, they tried to make me to go to drug court. They tried to add drug court onto my sentence. And I threw a fit. I said, no, this is not right. And this was not part of the plea deal. And y'all already screwed me and gave me 5 extra years anyway. We're not doing this. My parole officer went back in his office and he came back out and said, well, they agreed that if you would do aftercare for 6 months, that you don't have to go to drug court. So I did their aftercare. I did their MRT classes, anger management, parenting, you name it, I did it. I served out. I went to go get my gold seal. I was so excited and so proud that I accomplished it and that I was done. I finished it, you know, like I've worked so hard my whole life just to get out from under this place. Finished it. I go in to get my gold seal, my certificate, and he says, the state says they're not going to release you because of your child support until it's paid in full. That just destroyed me. That crushed me. And I still didn't know like what Cool had said for a while after that. Like that's a more recent development when I got on there and seen that I'm on parole till 2099. And I've been trying to find somebody from the outside for a while to look at this case. Like,
Can y'all imagine the traumatizing this woman had? Just this woman. This is Journey. This is sorry. I should have stopped for a minute. I wasn't reading. I'm over there reading. We watched the stuff about Nikki Steins the other day, and this and all the sextortion basically that was going on with all that, with the judge that was killed and all that. She was one of the ones that has been abused and mistreated by this system and the corruption that's going on there with the Mickey Steins and Mullins situation. Yeah, I mean, they wanted to keep her. I mean, they told her she's got probation till 99. What?
there's nothing about it is right.
So for people who aren't from here, I mean, there's obviously a lot of people on drugs or have been on drugs.
Yes.
Does that just make them vulnerable to this whole system?
It does, and they use it. They start giving you drugs as a minor. Like, so you're already addicted. So they use that to keep control over you.
Do you think
it's diabolical?
Do you think they think, oh, no one will listen to these people because they have records, they have been on drugs?
And that's why they want to keep us messed up and, out of it. So we don't have any credibility. Yeah.
I also spoke with a woman who says that she worked in the jail. So she had a very interesting perspective. This is an interview that aired first on News Nation. Look at this. So you worked in the jail?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How long did you work there?
About 3.
This is the second lady, and she worked in the jail. I've seen her interview, but they put it in this one. That's good. Put it all together in one series.
2.5 months.
Okay.
Yes.
And what was your job?
Deputy jailer.
And what
I was one of the guards.
One of the guards. So in with all the
Taking
inmates.
care of the inmates and stuff like that, helping give out trays, meds, watches. There's a lot of times I was in the booth, just different things.
When did you realize that something strange was going on at the jail?
When Ben Fields came in and became an automatic trustee, that was what had made my eyes go, oh, wow. Okay, so our systems aren't how they're supposed to be, not even in our guidelines. It confused me because, most times in jail, when somebody comes into jail, you're there for a while, and then there's the process of, if you want to become a trustee, which is one of the inmates where they get to do special jobs like helping prepare the food or going out on work release, you have to apply for that. You have to ask for it. You have to show that you have the initiative to want to do it. And Ben Fields, from first day stepping into our jail, was a automatic trustee. Special treatment. It was awful. We have 2 solitaries that is beside the ice box where they keep all these supplies, feminine products, pops, stuff like that, which is supposed to be a one-man cell. At some points, there's 2 or 3 people in there, but there was 2 men that was in that cell that had gotten moved, so that way Ben Fields could be moved into that cell. He got a brand new bed. He got a brand new flat screen TV, automatic trustee. He had his own pack of cigarettes in the break room, Marlboro red shorts. It just wasn't fair. You know what I mean? It just showed the system wasn't how it should be.
Did you ever see anyone having sex?
I never seen anybody having sex, but I had heard stories. One of the female guards specifically was telling me that one of the places she takes male inmates was the storage room, which used to be a stairwell in front of the medication room. It's literally directly across. You can't get in there without a key, and that's where they take them. A lot of times they get took up into the courthouse, especially after hours late at night. Nobody's at work. Nobody's up there, so it's all empty. It's all empty space.
How common was that?
More common than you would want to believe in the court system. Even down to some of my daily supervisors. There'd be girls sign themselves out and take them on home. It was sick.
The supervisors would take the inmates home for the night?
Yes. When there's policy, once an inmate leaves that jail space, you're not supposed to be in contact with them for 6 months.
So it's one of those things. Oh, you're taking them, and then the girls go back and tell them the stories. Oh, I slept with this person when he took me home. It's sick.
What did you think when you were working there?
That it was a brothel. It is all just it's all a brothel between all the employees sleeping with each other and sleeping with the inmates that come in. And a lot of them, they are repeat offenders. A lot of them are permanent stayers. It's nasty. It's sickening. I've even had one of my personal supervisors go way over the limits of even trying to get my family to force me to be in a relationship with them while I was previously in already in a relationship. And it's like, sir, like, this is supposed to be you're a work friend. You know what I mean? It's not a good environment.
What would the inmates get in return for having sex with, the leadership?
For inmates, the smallest things, unless you're going with one of the overheads. If they're sleeping with the guard, it's mostly for things like cigarettes, time out of the cell, pops, commissary, things like that.
Wow. What did you think when the sheriff shot the judge?
A lot of the corruption was going to come out. I knew that that was going to be the beginning to set everything aside to make people come in and people's voices finally be heard. Because even I believe that the sheriff, he either knew something or something was going on that he knew about that we all might not know about, but he was doing something to protect us.
So the sheriff was your boss? Was the jail separate?
Jail is separate from
Okay.
the police station.
Okay.
Yeah, or the sheriff's office.
Okay. Did you know what was going on with the judge?
Yes.
She knew. She said yes.
Now, that's a reverse question of which part of what was going on.
Did you know, inmates were having sex with the judge?
Yes. Pretty much that's kind of the thing that everybody in the county knows, but it was confirmed to me after working in the jail, especially after being invited to a party myself.
Oh, shit.
What happened?
What?
I said no thank you. I declined and kind of just went back on to what I was doing. It was just one of those things was I just asked that? Like, did that just really...
To a sex party?
Yes.
Who asked you?
It was Mr. Mullins himself.
What did he say?
He had talked about they do little get-togethers and everything. He didn't explain it to me as in a party. It was a get-together of some of the higher-ups. I'm not going to say names for other purposes, but for some of the other higher-ups, and it was just a get-together, them doing like a little meeting, like a lunch, dinner. Sorry, I keep getting mixed up, but he didn't really get too far into it. But if you're being asked to go to a late night get together with the higher ups, that it's not nothing to do with eating.
Right. At least not food.
So you knew what was going on?
Yes. Other coworkers, and my ex coworkers, they come out and even ask me now not to mention it. They've even them participating in the parties themselves. I had another one ask me to go to another one of Mullins's get-togethers, and I declined it again because it's one of those things. I was raised better than that. You know what I mean? Our Southern goals, especially being raised in Southeastern Kentucky, we know better than that. Our mamas raised us better than that. Our grandmamas raised us better than that. Our great grandmothers raised us better than that. But a lot of the cases for a lot of the girls, especially like our girls like Ty or like C. Bentley or a lot of the other ones, they are forced into doing stuff like that for either help with cases or it's just a lot. It's a lot to deal with.
And there's other men and stuff too around here that host and do things and film, make their own movies and stuff too.
That's why I want to say a lot of them, the higher ups is what I call them. Especially from where I'm in a court case right now. I don't want saying a lot of names because you never know what they could do to us, especially for retaliation. But if you know in the county, everybody knows. They might not speak on it. They might not want to be involved in it because of the fear of retaliation, because there's so many people that has come out and spoke out about what Judge Mullins has done or other crimes that have been participated in, just regards of Mullins and Mickey Steins and all this, and they go to speak out, and they either end up overdosed when they're clean, or you don't hear from them again. And I get that. And for all the people that have spoken up, I'm unbelievably proud of them, especially people, girls like Ty. Like, I'm so proud of y'all, especially speaking out. Things like this that happen in small communities and small towns, even if we're afraid to speak up on it, we need to, because is this what we want for our next generation? Is that what we want for our kids? What we're going through, what our past people have gone through, do we want that for them? And no, I don't want that for my daughter. I don't want that for my son. I want better for them. I want an actual community that's not based on if you got money and know people, and if you're willing to get on your knees or on your back. It's sickening.
Man.
And I want better for them. I want better for not just my babies, for Lexi's babies, for Ty's babies, for all of them, my grandchildren one day. I want better for them all.
So the latest on this case is there was just a hearing for the sheriff. He's been in jail ever since the murder of the judge. His attorney is now asking for a $50,000 cash bond, saying that he should be let out, saying that he's not a flight risk. There's been no decision right now on that. He remains behind bars right now. But it seems the information that we're beginning to get on this is just unraveling, again, of what was going on behind the scenes in this county, what may have led up to this very unusual shooting where a sheriff shot a judge. So I'm going to stay on it. I'm still continuing to talk.
All right. Well, he's on it. He is on it. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Okay. With that, guys, I am going to go. It might be Jennifer. Okay. Well, I haven't looked into it that far. I didn't know there was anybody that overdosed or anything like that. That was new, shocking news to me. So, I am going to put something together for in a little while. It'll be later tonight. It's the Sarah Grace Patrick. I haven't watched the hearing that Sarah Grace Patrick had. She's the TikToker that decided to take out her parents. And I guess she was, I don't know. We got another Gypsy Rose on Emmanuel. I haven't seen anything since last night when Dolly Vision was out there. And there was all kinds of fighting going on, and the police were called. I looked a little bit this morning, but let me pull it up and see if I find anything on Emmanuel. Haro. Let's see if there's any new updates. Any news updates? No, 3 hours ago. No. Which I did see this, and I thought this was totally horrible. We did find out, I don't know if y'all read this or not, but we did find out about the other child.
Mother and his criminal past, absolutely hair-raising. The number of children that have been moved out
Oh, they
of
are?
the
Let me see if I can
Harrow
find
home
that.
into the custody of others is nothing short of alarming. Let me take you back for a moment. Baby Emmanuel was reported missing last Thursday. His mother, Rebecca Harrow, claimed that a stranger approached her from behind, said, "Hola," and then knocked her unconscious. She says when she woke up, baby Emmanuel was gone, right there in the parking lot, gone. But according to investigators, Rebecca's story didn't add up all the way. Rebecca refused a lie detector test, and both she and her husband have stopped cooperating with the police, the authorities say. To be clear, there have been no charges filed against Jake or Rebecca Harrow. And Jake's attorney insisted right here on this show last night that his client, Jake Harrow, is cooperating, despite that statement from the police suggesting otherwise. Tonight it is Jake's past, however, that is becoming a lot more worrisome. Yesterday, we learned about his felony child cruelty conviction, the one that put him in jail for 6 months back in 2023. Both Jake and his ex-wife, Vanessa Avila, pleaded guilty to the charges. And tonight we have learned that crime was committed against his own 10-week-old baby girl, a child who survived but suffered horrendous lifelong injuries. We've got photos of the child, and I should tell you that the family.
This is a very heavy trigger warning. Very, very trigger warning.
Family has given us permission to show those photos, likely as a warning about Jake Harrow. But I do want to tell you this. When we show you those photos, they are quite disturbing. So fair warning in advance. Here is the little girl in her hospital bed, 10 weeks old. She is
This is the
recovering
other
here
child.
from several fractures to her ribs, to her skull, and to her legs. She is also recovering from a brain hemorrhage. This little girl was eventually removed from the Harrow home, and she was adopted by one of Vanessa's cousins. That cousin has cared for this little girl and even renamed her. Her new name is Promise Faith. According to the cousin, Promise is now 7 years old. But take a look at this picture. The damage that she suffered from those injuries was permanent. Promise was left blind. Promise was left unable to walk. Promise was left unable to talk and unable to swallow due to strangulation. We are told from this cousin that Promise has 3% brain function, that Promise needs a feeding tube, and that Promise will need round-the-clock care for the rest of her life. So let's just contemplate this as you see these pictures. Jake Harrow, who beat this child, received 6 months in jail and probation afterwards.
That's it.
The same cousin who adopted this little girl, Promise, also took in Jake's oldest son, who she says was born with fetal alcohol syndrome. That child.
So now, not only did the cousin take in this poor child that they renamed Promise, they also have an older son of theirs.
Was named after his father, Jake. But the cousin also renamed the little boy.
Good.
His new name is Carlos. And now this same cousin who has taken in 2 of Jake Harrow's children, one that Jake Harrow beat into a lifelong condition, another that was born with fetal alcohol syndrome. Now this cousin is caring for a 3rd child removed from the Harrow home just this
all the same
week.
mom.
A 2-year-old child was taken out of Jake and Rebecca's care.
Yep, the
I'm
2-year-old.
joined now by true crime digital creator Abby Escobar, who spoke directly with this cousin who has been caring for these children. Abby uncovered these incredible details. First and foremost, I don't even know what the word is. Apoplectic, devastated, angry, all of the above.
Sick.
These 3 kids have had to be moved out of the Harrow home, and yet the Harrows still had children living there. Let's just start right there, Abby.
Yeah, I find a big
Child
problem
cruelty,
with that.
prison sentence, and this little child was left with lifelong incapacities. How is it that they still had kids?
I don't get it. It is such a huge injustice. I mean, they practically killed that child, and here they are just living their lives like nothing even happened. How is that fair?
Well, and it's shocking to think that there were 2 other kids at least. And I don't know if there are more, but Jake Harrow Jr. renamed Carlos, and now this 2-year-old baby, not pictured on your screen. This is baby Promise, who's now 7, but another baby that's 2 years old that has been moved into the cousin's care, and of course, baby Emmanuel. How is it that the authorities allowed children to live in this home? Are we getting any answers?
Yeah, you would think that any children they had would have immediately been taken by CPS just because of the history. But no, they were allowed to remarry, have more children, and nothing happened. I mean, this
One
little
of the
girl
other things,
actually.
go ahead.
I was just going to say, this little girl has to fight every day just to stay alive. And they're out like nothing.
I don't know. They didn't say.
It's
And
just
I'll
not
tell
fair.
you, it's hard to tell from some of the pictures
Vanessa,
they're
okay.
showing. It's hard to tell, but Promise, again, who's now about 7, has some of the same facial features as her little brother, Emmanuel.
Thank
And
you. I
a
was
lot
thinking
of
that
people have
too.
wondered, was Emmanuel beaten the same way that Promise was beaten so as to have rendered...
Right, because we've seen the facial features of Emmanuel. And honestly, I was disturbed by his facial features, and I didn't want to talk about the way the poor child looked because I didn't want to be discriminative or disgraceful to him. But now seeing her, I really have questions.
Him with those same facial features. Do you know anything about that?
So I don't, but I've been talking about this on my TikTok and my Facebook, and there have been a lot of comments saying things like that. People noticing the similarities. It really has to make you wonder.
Well, all of it is just sort of unbelievable that these kids still lived in the home after this little child, Promise, was rendered in this condition from the beating she received from her father, according to the cousin. Let's talk about the cousin, Vanessa Avila's cousin. And let's remember, Rebecca Harrow is the woman who is claiming that her baby Emmanuel was taken from her when she was hit over the head. Her husband, Jake, was married to another woman, a woman named Vanessa Avila. She also pleaded guilty to the beating of baby Promise. Why is it that this cousin feels it's so important to get this story out and to get those pictures out?
Well, I think that she feels that justice wasn't served the first time, which, I mean, it obviously wasn't, but she hasn't told me directly, but she has made comments to the point of, if justice would have been served the first time, then this wouldn't have happened to more children. So she's personally affected by this
cousin, does this cousin of Vanessa Avila believe the story that the Harrows are telling on TV in this clip right here, where she says, I was hit in the head, I woke up, the baby was gone, please help me find the baby? The cousin doesn't believe it. What has she told you?
Absolutely not. Excuse me. She said that when she first heard the news story, it just broke her to pieces. She immediately had a feeling, as I feel most people have. I mean, the story just doesn't really make very much sense.
Yeah, the police have said it doesn't make sense. They put out a statement that her stories don't add up and that they believe foul play is possible. They've taken cadaver dogs to the Harrow home. There are reports that there were some kind of digging activity at the Harrow home as well. In the meantime, just knowing now about this history, about these 3 other children now living in Vanessa Avila's cousin's care, how are those children now? How is this cousin, and I understand she wants to remain nameless, she's also putting out a plea to everyone, please stop. Don't come to my children's school. Reporters showed up at her children's school. I mean, how are they managing through all of this?
The kids, they're wonderful. The cousin has provided these kids with such an amazing life. She and her husband, they love them. They take wonderful care of them. The children are happy and they're well.
I mean, Promise has to have round the clock care and a feeding tube. She's unable to feed because of the strangulation reportedly. It's just, that is an enormous amount of work that they are putting into the care of this poor child. I just don't understand how it only yielded 6 months and also yielded a father who was allowed to come out and still have 3 children in his home. That's the part I don't understand. Are there any other details that this cousin shared?
Well, she said that Promise, they were told that they didn't think she would even live a week after this happened, but they have done everything they can for this little girl to keep her going. She's got the tracheostomy tube. She has to be suctioned frequently so she doesn't choke on her own mucus.
That's horrible.
The feeding tube. She can't walk. She can't talk. She's blind. It's just horrible. But I mean,
That's
she
awful.
said that Promise is her miracle baby, and really she is. It's amazing that she survived that. 10 weeks old.
It is, but just tragic that she was, condemned to a life like this because of the acts of her father.
Absolutely.
If all of the
And then
cousins reporting,
he gets to
is
remarry.
accurate.
Yeah. And then he gets to remarry and have more kids. And there's no intervention, there's no concern. And now a 7-month-old baby is gone. I just feel like more should have been
and here
done.
we have this, this report at 10 weeks old. I mean, at 10 weeks old, a newborn is so helpless and so tiny and can do so little to upset us, except, create just the utmost joy to know that anyone was capable of creating that much damage to a 10-week-old. I dare say I am very concerned about baby Emmanuel and what might have happened to baby Emmanuel, but it's starting to look more and more suspicious, these pleas for help to find baby Emmanuel. Abby, thank you for your reporting. Break in to the show if you learn more throughout. And I know this is all very much developing and you're learning as you go, but just break in and bring any new reporting that you get throughout the program. Thank
Absolutely.
you for
I
this.
sure will. Yeah, thank you.
Also want to let our viewers know that if you want to follow Abby, she goes by the handle Abby Blabby on her socials. She's been doing some pretty remarkable reporting on this story and other stories as well. So check out Abby Blabby, Abby Escobar joining us.
Used for 2 weeks. Now it's a $1,500 coat rack.
Yeah, and Donna, we can just peek in. I don't care. Y'all want to watch?
How do you avoid a misunderstanding?
We'll just watch this just because I'm here. I'm not going. I'm gonna sit and watch it anyway, so we can watch it together, or I'll go sit on my couch and watch it.
We're working.
So might as well watch it with y'all while I'm sitting here.
Misunderstandings when you're in a group setting.
Yeah, September 2nd.
So in other words,
I'm gonna boost the
not
sound.
just
Let me know if it gets
listening,
too loud.
Comprehending. Okay. Does everyone agree with that? Yes. For those new individuals, would you agree that we're all human, we make mistakes? That includes law enforcement.
Oh, shit. Y'all, I hit a wrong button.
Number 32, you said that your family was recently victim of a home invasion type of incident?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that, I assume that you all were home?
We were
Yes, I
not.
do.
We were actually out of town and our cameras picked it up. So we called law enforcement as soon as we saw it and they came out and did their thing.
People arrested?
Yes.
I do. Why are you asking me
Well,
that?
I'm glad that you guys weren't home.
Yes, me too.
Did you do anything, heightened security after that?
I would not stream without
we already
premium.
have,
Let me tell you.
Things in place for security. So we haven't taken extra measures on top of what we already have.
Is that something that you think about on any sort of regular basis?
Sure, yeah, of course.
Now, would that or could that be something that you would think about if you were selected as a juror in this case?
No, I think they're two different situations.
Number 29. Said that your uncle was murdered. Your wife's uncle, I'm sorry. How long ago was that?
About 10 years.
10 years? Was that here?
In Greenville.
Greenville.
30 minutes away, east.
Were you all close to him?
I guess it was her uncle, but not really. He was kind of in and out as far as just maybe an odd uncle. I don't know. You know, he was there, but I don't know that he was like super close. But the whole incident was a shock. But I mean, I don't know that I never really knew him to know like if he was involved, if it was he placed himself in the situation, or whether it was just wrong place, wrong time. I don't really know the details.
So you weren't very close to him, so this isn't something that you would carry into the jury room. Okay. Number 27, I'm gonna come back to you on that. You had 2 family members that were murdered.
Family member and a very close friend.
How long ago was that?
I thought 17, but it's actually closer to 20 years ago.
And your friend?
6 years ago.
You still think about him?
Yes, my close friend, very much so. I was like younger from my aunt, but we were close, but my friend, we were actually best friends.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Obviously, my client is charged with murder. And so you could anticipate that I'd be concerned that your experience with your friend and your aunt could impact how you feel in this case. When the state asked you about that, you said, I don't think it will bleed over. You don't think that it'll influence you. I don't think is kind of equivocal.
Yeah, being candid, honest at that point, because I can't say right away that, it just absolutely won't. But I don't carry that bias into the courtroom. I will be able to evidence the case and make a decision based on evidence.
But as you sit here, you can't say to me, Mr. Zellman, I'm not going to think about that at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, you said it would be not true?
Yeah.
Now, and you've heard the state say this a few times, and we probably addressed it when we were back in individual voir dire. The court's instruction is going to be that you can only rely on the evidence that's presented in court. But as you sit here, you can't tell me that I'm not going to think about that.
No, I can say that I would absolutely only rely on evidence of the case. When you're asking about thinking about the past cases of my aunt, or past incidents of my aunt, our best friend, and just as a human being, as the case goes on, if I saw pictures or images or something, that I may have a thought about those two.
And that actually brings up a good point, sir. This is a murder case, there are going to be pictures from the crime scene, from the medical examiner. For those new prospective jurors, are you comfortable having to see some of those pictures in this case? Is anyone uncomfortable? I can get a show of hands. Not that we like having to do this, but is anyone uncomfortable? No hands. Thank you. I'm going to go through briefly some of the hypotheticals that I used to discuss the burden of proof. It's, beyond a reasonable doubt. Did everyone hear the bank robbery hypothetical that I addressed earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Number 33. So with that hypothetical, the first one, where the witnesses to the bank robbery identify the defendant, the surveillance video depicts the defendant, and the defense attorney gets up in closing argument and says, the state didn't prove it wasn't my client's twin brother. What kind of doubt is that creating or raising? You remember what we discussed earlier? What was discussed earlier with the prior panel? What kind of doubt did we discuss? Anyone else remember? Number 27.
Speculative.
And speculative doubt is not what?
That reasonable doubt.
Has anyone ever had a knee-jerk reaction? Jump to conclusions? Okay, I'm going to pick on number 30. You ever jump to a conclusion before? You realize that you were wrong? In that moment, did you say something that you may have regretted?
Yes.
You realized that you were wrong. Everyone else have similar circumstances happen? Just a moment, Your Honor.
That's funny. That's funny. Give me just a second, guys. I need to look up something on my phone. He's asking all his questions. I normally don't get on my phone when I'm on stream, but I need to see something. We have doctor's appointments tomorrow, and they're texting me, and I need to make sure they're
Number
verified.
32, you indicated earlier that you had a family member who's retired law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
My husband's uncle is retired with Leon County Sheriff's Department and
I'm sorry.
and also worked for the governor.
Okay. You close with that individual?
Yes.
Do you hold is their opinion of you important to you?
Sure, yes.
Now, would you have any concern if you were selected as a juror in this case, heard all the evidence, and returned a verdict of not guilty, how your husband's uncle would feel?
No.
Okay, thank you. Same question for number 34. No concern? It's your husband.
It's my husband. No concern at all.
Number 14? No, 20. Sorry, 29. Yeah, my numbers are all messed up. You have friends or family law enforcement?
Brother-in-law works for FDLE. He's Capitol Police. And I know a few, at least one of mine are retired law enforcement.
Any concern about what they would think of you if you found somebody not guilty, even of murder?
Sure. No, sir.
Thank you. Number 27, you had?
Yeah, it's several friends, but they several friends. They all work back in Sarasota County.
Okay.
But no concern.
You're not concerned?
No.
Okay. Anyone else have their hand or paddle raised to law enforcement? Did we talk to you about that? Well, we can't talk to you about it again, so. But specific as to the new people, sorry. As to the new people, anyone been divorced? No divorces for the new people? Good for you. I haven't been so lucky. Let's see. For the new people, this, as I said earlier for the prior panel, it's not something I would normally ask, and I apologize if it's offensive in any way. But just for those new people, can I see a raise of hands of anyone who has any knowledge of Judaism? There's certain events in our culture that are important in life events, correct?
Yes.
Can you give us some examples?
Referring to Judaism specifically?
Yes.
Bar mitzvahs is what comes to mind.
Bar mitzvah being
Or a bat mitzvah for
Yeah.
girls.
okay. Thank you. Anyone else familiar with Judaism?
Sir, we don't talk religion and politics in my chat.
Number 35.
Yes. Do you know something about
How
that?
do you feel about some call them jailhouse informants or jailhouse snitches? How do you feel about them?
I can't say that I have an opinion.
You can't say you have an opinion?
Opinion about them,
Okay.
or I haven't formulated an opinion.
Why do you think that somebody would, a jailhouse informant or a snitch would testify against somebody? What would motivate them?
I don't know, maybe they want to do the right thing, or maybe they get a quick pro quo out of it. They get something.
They get something in return?
Yeah, possibly like a lighter sentence, or I don't know, maybe they get like, I don't know, more benefits.
I'm sorry?
More benefits in jail, I don't know.
So do you judge their testimony more critically as because they're getting a benefit?
She was arrested today?
Number 20.
Right, Cindy? Hang on, I gotta find that out.
How do you feel
Cindy
about that?
Singh was arrested. Let me see if I can find out.
The fact that they might be getting a benefit, is that something that you would consider in weighing their credibility?
I think I'd be more cautious in listening to what they present.
Does everyone agree with what number 28 said? Be more cautious in what they say?
Yes.
Anyone in the new group disagree with that? Ma'am, do you disagree with that? Yes.
I would
No?
also be more cautious.
I can't hear you.
I would also be cautious.
Okay.
Really want to
Thank you.
Good use of your paddle.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much for your attention. Nothing further, Your Honor.
We are going to take another break. Once again, I am going to
Another
instruct you
break?
not to speak to each other You are definitely not to discuss the case. If you need to
Hang on.
use the restroom or stretch your
Let me see if I can
legs,
pull it up.
you may do so at this time. Please return to the courtroom as quickly as possible after you've done so. The attorneys and the court reporter can join me in the jury room.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see if I can find it here. Let's see. Let's share this and let's read over it while we're on break. Yes. I know, I don't like them talking about the have you been married? Are you divorced? Or do you, because it's not, I just think it's just not. Yeah. Cindy, I do like this judge. I do. I've seen him. Well, I watched him before in the previous trial and I liked him. He's very casual, very laid back, but he's a no nonsense. He doesn't let shit slip by. And he does chew gum. He does chew gum. That is a downfall. I've seen him chew gum in previous trials. So, but let's read this real quick just because y'all, I'm nosy like that. Hey Lois, how are you? This is Cindy Singh. This was the let me get rid of that. Texas mother wanted for son's murder. She was arrested in India. Cindy Rodriguez Singh has fled the United States in 2023 shortly after authorities questioned her about her 6-year-old's disappearance. This was the house in Everman, Texas, where her son Noah lived. She fled the country after the disappearance of her 6-year-old son. Has been arrested in India after more than 2 years on the lam. Returned to the United States to face murder charges. Cindy Rodriguez Singh, 40, had been placed on the FBI's list of 10 most wanted fugitives in July. In late 2023, she was charged with murder in Tarrant County in connection with the disappearance of her son, Noel Alvarez, who's presumed dead, but whose body's never been found. Mystery surrounding Noel's disappearance has gripped Everman, Texas, a green suburb of modest ranch houses outside of Fort Worth, where he lived with his mother. A playground's been opened there in his honor. Boy was last seen alive in October of 2022. FBI said Ms. Rodriguez Singh told law enforcement who visited the family's home in March 2023 for a welfare check interview that Noel was living with his biological father in Mexico. 2 days later, Ms. Rodriguez Singh boarded a flight to India with her husband, Arshdeep Singh, and 6 children, according to the FBI. I think this was a driver's license photo. Kash Patel, the FBI director, said on social media that the authorities did not believe Ms. Rodriguez Singh had been back to the United States since then. The arrest was made in coordination with Indian law enforcement agencies and Interpol. Indian authorities located Ms. Rodriguez Singh and FBI transferred to the United States, where she's now in custody at the Tarrant County Jail. Ms. Rodriguez Singh could not be reached for comment, and it was unclear if she had a lawyer. The return of Cindy Rodriguez Singh from India is a new chapter in the search for answers in the disappearance of Noel Alvarez, said Joseph Rothrock, special agent in charge of the FBI office in Dallas. It proves once again justice has no borders, he added, thanking the authorities in New Delhi for their cooperation in arresting the fugitive. Ms. Singh now faces federal charges of unlawful flight to avoid prosecution, in addition to the state charges for killing her young son. We're very satisfied she's been taken in custody, said the Everman chief of police. It's the 4th person on the FBI's 10 most wanted list of fugitives to be arrested in the last 7 months. Wow. That's interesting. That's very interesting. How are you today, Lois? I know I'm just I'm just everywhere today. So it's Judge Everett is who the judge is. Judge Everett is one doing the Donna Adelson. Let's see. I thought I had something else. Oh, y'all, I'm going to share this just because. So today, y'all know me as me. I don't like going into other creators' chat with any intentions of anybody talking to me other than me being me. And so I go in there as Rubber Ramada. I don't use the Rubber Ramada crime time. I don't try to promote myself to anybody. I kind of backed away when I got on this side of the camera, I kind of backed away from making my presence as Rubber Ramada or Sheila, because I used to go by Sheila Says years ago. And I kind of backed away from making my presence known in chats because I don't want anybody to think I'm after their subs or trying to, I'm not about that kind of life. I'm, the internet's big enough for all of us. So I never try to promote my channel. Well, today, and I've said it a few times in here before, but I used to go into recovery addict chat all the time. Like way back in Daryl Brooks days and all that, I used to chat in his room. Hector had worked morning shifts, and so I was always up during the day, and he was the first one that came on in the morning, and I was always right there listening to his crazy antics and his crazy soundboards, and I loved it. I loved it. And about that time, Kathy of Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo, I'm just going to give y'all a little story time here while we're waiting for them to come back. When it comes back up, I'll pop it back up. But little creator backstory time here. So I used to go in recovery addicts chat. Used to sit and listen to him. Loved it. Loved the interaction. Loved all the people in there chatting. And even in the early days, I did a couple of call-ins when he first was doing his call-ins and put his number up on screen and stuff. And I did a couple of call-ins and stuff. I did Sarah Boone when she first came out. I was so corny with that. But anyways, I backed away and I changed my ID from Sheila Says to Rubber Ramada. But then when I decided I was going to start my channel, I thought, I don't want people to think I'm going in there trying to attract their chatters to my channel. I'm not, like, the internet's big enough for all of us. So I never did that. I just changed my ID, went with Rubber Ramada, and kept my mouth shut. Well, today I ventured out. I actually said hi, and I think, or was it yesterday? It was yesterday. When today? And I did say in Scott, in Recovery Addicts chat, hi, my name is Sheila. I took over True Crime Addict 8 channel. I just wanted to say hi or something like that. I don't even remember what it was. It was something simple. And I just kind of left it at that. And, they were talking about Katya's loved, and, she's a sweet girl. And anyways, so there was a few chatters in there that said, nice things about Katya and stuff, which I knew that's where she had come from. I didn't tell her that. I didn't tell anybody that. Very few people know that. I know Lois, I had, messaged you before, and not messaged you, but you knew that I had been in there as Sheila Says. So let me show y'all what I did. So I went in Recovery Addicts chat today, and I said hi. I used to chat in here years ago as Sheila Says, but I started my channel because of RA and GRI, which is true. And I got kind of embarrassed. Here, let me add that to the stage. I'm sorry, I didn't put that up there. Yeah, so that was it. I said I used to chat in here long ago, as Sheila Says, but I started my channel because of RA and GRI. And that was because I wanted people to know that I appreciate Recovery Addict. I appreciate everything he does. And I don't want anybody to ever think that I would be like, what do they call it, sub poaching or anything like that. I'm not about that. But when he started his channel and they first started doing the Thursday night podcast, him and what was the weather guy's name? I don't even remember the weather guy. The weather guy. Oh my God, my mind is just blank right now. Anyways, and I used to watch that and everything, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I was like, you know what? I think I can do this. I think I can actually do something like that and do something fun. And I started off little and fun, and then I just kind of ventured out and happened to find Katya. And I never really told her that I had seen her in Recovery Addict and knew her from way back then. I kind of tried to leave that behind me because I didn't want people to think I was out there doing like nefarious things with chatting, trying to get other subs and stuff, because I don't want anybody to think that. That's not me. That's not me. That's not me. I'm going to put on a song and I am going to take a restroom break just for a second and I will be right back. And I need to get coffee refill because I'm empty, but I want to watch this. So I'm going to watch it whether y'all are here or not. So if you want to hang out, hang out. I'm all cool. You know, I'm not a pressure person, but I'm going to take a break and get me a coffee refill.
Breathe deep, the air is wide. Stretch your arms, let the world collide. Step outside where the grass is free. Feel the earth beneath your feet. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Walk the path where the flowers lead. Hear the whispers of a world serene. Feel the warmth of a gentle breeze. Let your troubles drift with ease. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Walk the path where the flowers lead. Hear the whispers of a world serene. Feel the warmth of a gentle breeze. Let your troubles drift with ease. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Guitar hums in a mellow tune. Under the glow of the afternoon, every chord a soothing embrace, guiding you to a tranquil place. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Breathe deep, the air is wide. Stretch your arms, let the world collide. Step outside where the grass is free. Feel the earth beneath your feet. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Walk the path where the flowers lead. Hear the whispers of a world serene. Feel the warmth of a gentle breeze. Let your troubles drift with ease. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Walk the path where the flowers lead. Hear the whispers of a world serene. Feel the warmth of a gentle breeze. Let your troubles drift with ease. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide.
I just spilled on my keyboard. Give me a second.
Your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Guitar hums sings in a mellow tune under the glow of the afternoon. Every chord a soothing embrace, guiding you to a tranquil place. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find.
I know, right? I did. I would see. Okay, I have a little cup here. There's. Oh, let me stop that music. Hold up. But I have a Lola. Look, y'all. See, this is what I deal with. This is my baby. Lola, her's a good girl. Her's a good. I know she just wants mommy love. I know she's a good girl. Oh, her's a good girl. Her's a good girl. Lola's a good baby. Generally. Generally, she likes to tear things up, though, huh? Her likes to tear things up. Yeah, she's a good girl. Oh, yeah, but I have my my big cup, and this is what I refill, and I pour it into my little cup over here. And oh, take your napkin. Okay, go away now. And I pour it into my little cup. That way, you know, it stays warm in my thing. Well, yeah. And when I went over there to pour it, I didn't have the lid on just right, and it spilled all over my keyboard. So, yep. Okay, well, we're still waiting for them to come back. I do have, let's see, how long is this? This is 7 minutes. Y'all, this girl, I want to play her sentencing. I want to play after when I don't know, maybe I can break it into 2 streams. Maybe I should break it into 2 streams. I don't know how to break, you know, like behind the scenes journey. However you do that in StreamYard, I don't know how to break things up and make it their own things. But I wanted to do, what is that little girl's name? That horrible little girl, Sarah Grace Patrick. I found something on her that I wanted to, let me play this. I want to play this just for a minute. I'll back it up. Ready?
She cries on TikTok. She begs for justice for her murdered parents. And at their funeral, she delivers this emotional eulogy.
I just wanted to say goodbye to my mom and Jamie since we never got the chance to. I was so used to you guys always being here to repeat that I never once thought to imagine y'all not being here. And that I have a single clue how much I needed y'all until now.
But police say the whole time Sarah Grace Patrick knows exactly who pulled the trigger because, allegedly, it's her. What's really going on here? I'm Chris. Thanks for joining us. Let's recap. February 2025, shots ring out in a quiet home in small town Georgia. Police arrive to a nightmare. 41-year-old Kristen Brock and her husband, 45-year-old James Brock, shot dead in their bed. No sign of forced entry, nothing stolen, just 2 people murdered while they slept. Their teenage daughter, 16-year-old Sarah Grace Patrick, tells police she didn't hear anything, didn't see anything, had no idea anything was wrong. Her 5-year-old sister found their parents shot to death in bed. That's when Sarah says she woke up and called 911. And just like that, she becomes the face of a grieving daughter. Over the next 5 months, Sarah Grace is everywhere. She's posting teary TikToks with captions like, "Please send prayers for healing and for a break from everything. I'm so tired. I should probably delete later." But she didn't delete it. She kept posting, sharing tribute videos like this one, captioned, "They don't know it, but a year from now, me and my 5-year-old sister would find them wrongfully shot dead in our home and won't get to watch me graduate high school, see me walk down the aisle and couldn't even say goodbye." She posts that just 1 week after the murders while police are still searching for a suspect. She looks like an innocent victim, a heartbroken teen caught in the middle of a brutal, unsolved murder. She writes emotional posts like this one. "I'll never forget her last time speaking to me. She came in my room while I was in bed watching a show, and she told me good night in a deep voice, acting silly. I should have hugged her. And when James talked to me last, he told me, 'I love you, good night,' through the door. It tears me apart that I didn't open that door and give him a hug. I love you forever. Fly high, my sweet angels." She follows it up.
how can she be out there just nilly-willy posting all this on social media? And social media, we didn't have social media stuff when I was a kid, and I am so grateful for that, because I think I would have been in so much trouble. I mean, not that I did bad things, but I mean, I see these kids getting in trouble, and I'm so glad I didn't have that. Well, let me just say I didn't have that opportunity.
With more posts, captions like, "I miss you guys. Save a seat for me in heaven." She tells a family friend she didn't hear anything that night, nothing unusual, nothing suspicious, just went to bed and woke up to a nightmare.
She did hear James's LVAD machine, which is his heart machine that kept his heart pumping. She did hear that alarm going off throughout the night.
In the comment section of the video,
so if she heard that alarm going off on her father, why was she not alerted to that or anything like that? So, I mean, come on. I mean, everything's falling in place. Everything that I've seen is falling in place.
Patrick posts that she heard the alarm going off 10 to 20 minutes before.
It says, "I'm Sarah, and when she says I was awake, I went to bed around 12 p.m. that night," which that wouldn't be 12 p.m. at night. 12 p.m. is morning time, but okay, sweetie. Yeah, she's a teenager, so maybe it's a concept thing. 12 p.m. that night, and at the latest, and I first heard the alarm no more than 10-20 minutes before I went to bed. I was already really tired and wasn't hardly even able to hear it due to my TV and Jaylee's TV and my heater, plus my door was barely cracked when I went to bed.
She went to bed, but claims it was faint because of background noises.
James Brock had been waiting on a heart transplant when he was shot and killed in his own bed. Meanwhile, police say Sarah Grace keeps playing the part, even reaching out to true crime creators like reportedly begging them to cover the case, asking for help finding the killer.
Why would you ask me to cover a case where you are going to
get arrested? This was totally bizarre. This girl, let me back it up just 1 second. When I seen this part, I was just like, are you kidding me?
Finding the killer.
Why would you ask me to cover a case where you are going to get arrested for taking your parents' lives? She messaged me back on June 3rd and just said, search up Brock case. So I said, Brock Turner? Brock who? She said, Kristen and James Brock. Hold on. They're my parents. And out of nowhere, a random Thursday night in February, someone came in my house with me and my 5-year-old sister, and my parents left them for me and my little sister to wake up to.
But behind the scenes, investigators are quietly digging, and what they start to find, it's not adding up. Some family members have suspicions too, like James Brock's niece, who tells the Daily Mail, "How do you not hear multiple gunshots in a small house?" She says once the shock wore off.
I mean, she didn't hear she didn't hear the gunshots, but she heard the CPAP machine going off, making the little alarm sound. Maybe 10-20 minutes afterwards, but her TV was loud, so she didn't hear it anymore after that. And Jalen's TV, what? Get out. And you don't hear gunshots?
Her gut told her something was off. The timeline, the behavior, none of it made sense. And watching Sarah's eulogy only made it worse. She says, does anyone else see this person doing a crying voice but never shed a single tear? Am I actually witnessing the person that murdered them standing up here in front of everyone and fake crying about them?
I can choose to let it define me, confine me, refine me, outshine me, or I can choose to move on and leave it behind me. Always Kristen Brock. Considering that gave me so much closure, I want to remember them for who they were and not what happened to them, and be happy at the time we got to spend together and not sad about the time that we don't.
At the funeral, Sarah Grace stands at the podium and praises her mom and stepdad in front of a packed room. She thanks her stepfather for all the life lessons you taught me and calls her mom a beautiful, kind soul with so much gratitude. Then comes a warning to everyone listening to never take time with loved ones for granted. She says, when someone tries to tell you anything, no matter how unimportant it could be, just listen, because you never know when it's somebody's time to go. You can say goodnight and wake up a few hours later just to find out they aren't there, despite their joy and their love. So just listen and never take a hug or anyone for granted. She ends by thanking her family, grandparents, siblings, extended relatives, for helping me get through my worst nightmare and making such a big difference. But behind the scenes, investigators start to zero in, and 5 months after the murders, they make a move.
We can confirm that an arrest has been made in the case. Kristen Brock's 17-year-old daughter, Sarah Grace Patrick, has been taken into custody and charged with 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault in connection with the deaths of her mother and her stepfather.
They don't act on a hunch. Police say the charges against 17-year-old Sarah Grace Patrick come after what they call mountains of physical and digital evidence, plus countless interviews. They haven't revealed exactly what led to the arrest, but according to investigators, one key piece is that eulogy. As for motive, that part is still a mystery. One official put it this way: we don't know what goes through the mind of a child who wants to harm their parents. They say she bounced between relatives, moved around a lot, but this investigation may not be over yet. Police say more arrests could be coming. For now, Sarah Grace is being charged as an adult, accused of carrying out the execution-style killings of her own mother and stepfather. It's a case still unfolding, and with so many questions remaining, this story is far from over. So, what do you think is going on here? Let us know in the comments. And don't forget, we're here 3 times a week with all the crime in half the time. So hit like, subscribe, and stay with us. We'll keep you updated. Until next time, take care.
Oh, where did that go? Here, let's go over here.
Today, we can confirm that an arrest has been made in the case. Kristen Brock's 17-year-old daughter, Sarah Grace Patrick, has been taken into custody and charged with 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault.
I asked Ashley Halsey, Communications Director for the Carroll County Sheriff, about whether anything from Sarah's story raised red flags from the very beginning, and this is what she told me. What about her statements did investigators not find truthful when she started to become a suspect in this?
You know, when we arrived on scene on February 20th, and
y'all, I love this lady's accent. I love it.
And obviously saw these deceased victims who had been shot multiple times. This is a very rural area of Carroll County. There's not a lot of ambient noise and things going on in that area. Very small home that they lived in. When the smallest child, who was forensically interviewed as well through this process, said she heard the gunshots, but the 17-year-old or 16-year-old at the time did not hear the gunshots. That was cause for pause for us early on.
I also asked about Sarah speaking at her parents' funeral. Here's part of that speech per WSB TV.
Although there's nothing we can do to bring them back, we still have control over how we treat people.
Here's what Halsey said stood out to her.
For me, watching it online, I wasn't there in person. You know, I don't know if she had real tears. I can't feel that emotion necessarily through watching it online. However, I think, you know, it was more like a speech. It was very scripted. And then at the end, you know, she said, and I'm sorry. Now, she may have been sorry because she was showing emotion possibly throughout that eulogy, if you want to call it that. But she also could have said it meaning something deeper. We just may never know exactly what she meant by that, but it did raise my eyebrows.
Halsey also said in announcing Sarah's arrest that more arrests are possible in this case. I asked about that. Here's what she said. I know another part of your news conference that has a lot of talk is the idea that there could be more arrests. What did you mean by that?
So basically, throughout this course of the investigation and working with Sarah, investigators have been speaking with her throughout. It's very possible that others are involved, whether they had knowledge or whether they assisted. We're still investigating that aspect. We're still conducting interviews this week. So even though an arrest has been made and we're grateful to bring some closure to the family, as tough as that may be for them, we still have a lot of work to do. And our main goal is to provide full justice for those victims and closure for the families.
And just clarification on that, would you say you're interviewing potential suspects in this case?
We are interviewing potential suspects and anyone that we feel may have information.
What we know about Sarah Grace is that she was 16 at the time of these murders, and she was very active on social media, and she was very active specifically on TikTok following the murders.
Very active. And just seeing, like, I mean, this is a very dramatic look to have, all this makeup running down your face, look like you, this is very, very dramatic acting, in my opinion.
With her mourning, she was very public about that. She reached out to TikTok creators, at least 3 from our count, encouraging them to look into this case. Now, we know that she was doing that up until at least last month. One of those creators told me that Sarah Grace said that the story would get a lot of views if the creator covered it. Sarah Grace Patrick is accused in the murders of her mom and stepdad. She's facing 2 charges of first-degree murder and 2 charges of aggravated assault. She has yet to enter a plea. Her grandfather says she's innocent. He also says that he spoke to Sarah Grace Patrick, his granddaughter, since her arrest, and she says that she's innocent. Here's our interview. Joining us now is Sarah Patrick's grandfather and Kristen Brock's dad, Dennis Nolan. Thank you for taking the time to be with us. I can't imagine what you and your family are going through. First question, what was your reaction?
Okay, I haven't watched this far into it, so I have no clue. This is why I like doing some of this live, because I learn as I go sometimes. I have not watched this. I do not know what's happening. And if Donna doesn't come back, I'm going to go ahead and just stream her hearing after that, after this episode of On the Case.
To Sarah's arrest this week.
Well, I'm very surprised. I mean, I've been talking to the detectives since it happened. Had no indication that they were looking at Sarah as a suspect, no less any evidence that said she did it. So I was shocked.
Do you believe she's the one who did this?
No. I think, to sum it up, really, the detectives, the best they could tell me was the evidence says that.
You said they're back. This is what it's still showing that it's still live, but it just says jurisdiction. So I've been waiting, but I've been watching, Journey. I told you I'd be watching.
He's the only one who could possibly have done it. That says to me that there's no real evidence that says she did do it.
We hear that there's a mountain of evidence, but they haven't really said, but their term was mountain of evidence. What did they tell you beyond just she's the only one who possibly could have done it? What did they share with you about why they believe she's the one who is responsible for this?
Well, they never did share anything that said she was responsible, other than the fact that she's the only one. The evidence says she's the only one who could possibly have done it. Of course, they haven't revealed any of the evidence.
Okay, so this is what is happening, and Donna asked right now. They showed the judge, and then he went away. So, yeah, I think they're done for the day. So, I'm going to carry on with. Well, wait, let's see. Are we moving again? Nope. He's talking. Oh, there we go.
To our currently seated respective juror panel, we have been able to select a jury at this point.
Yay!
I want to
We got a
extend to
jury.
everyone. Thank you for honoring your summons and attending this process today. Although it has been time consuming, it has been very valuable in moving this matter forward, and we are not able to do our jobs without you. So with that, again, we give you our thanks. When I read the following numbers, you are to remain. Everyone else is excused at this time, and you will not need to return tomorrow or at any other point. Juror 1, you are to remain. Juror 2, you are to remain. Juror 5, you are to remain. Juror 23, you are to remain. Juror 11, you are to remain. Juror 14, you are to remain. Juror 25, you are to remain. Juror 27, you are to remain. Juror 28, you are to remain. Juror 29, you are to remain. Juror 31, you are to remain. Juror 34, you are to remain. Juror 35, you are to remain. And Juror 36, you are to remain. Everyone else is excused at this time. Have a good evening.
Hi, Donna. How you doing there, girl? Nice to see you briefly. Damn it. Y'all come back. I need to know what's going on. I don't know. Donna looked just so content, just sitting there in her little sweater. I'm sorry, guys. I have no sympathy for that woman. I have none. I have none whatsoever. I mean, you know, she didn't even show up for her son's trial previously. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like that woman. Okay, we're gonna go back over here. If they come back, then I'll switch back. Oh,
And I understand that.
Begins. Before you are sworn in this evening, does the state accept this jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the defense accept this jury as well?
Donna, I guess.
Mrs. Adelson, do you accept this as the jury to try your case?
Yes.
Members of the jury, the first official act that I'm going to ask of you is to stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn to take the oath of a juror.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues between the state of Florida and this defendant and render a true verdict according to the law and evidence? If so, say I will.
I will.
Thank you.
You can be seated. Before you are released for this evening, I am going to give you some instructions. At this point, you are the selected jury in this case. The instructions that you received before concerning not discussing this case, not seeking out any information about this case, or reviewing any other news or speaking to anyone about this now applies specifically to you. Does anyone have any questions concerning the court's prior instructions on what the prohibitions are concerning information in this case? Number 5.
We tell our employer how long we're expected to be here.
Yes, you may. But
How
as
long
far
are we
as any
expected?
other discussion about the case, that is not to take place. 36.
Yes, sir. Would there be any kind of form that I could present to my employer? Because I for the state of Florida, and they are very particular about, you know what I mean.
Do you need me to call somebody?
I mean,
Judge Everett on the phone.
There will be a form that will be provided to you from the clerk that outlines the fact that you've been selected for the jury and the length of the trial. Any other questions concerning that matter? All right. I believe earlier when we went into individual voir dire, we discussed that we would be working more or less a standard day. You are to report at 8:45 tomorrow, and we will expect to finish by around 5:30. It is important because you must move as a group for everyone to be on time. Also, as well, as ridiculous as this may sound, once you arrive, please use the bathroom before you come to the courthouse. If all 15 of you need to use the restroom, that is going to hold us up from getting started. The bailiffs are going to provide you information for parking throughout the duration of the trial. Also, as well, this is the courtroom that we will be in for the duration of the trial. It does vacillate between hot and cold. If you need to bring a jacket or light sweater so you're comfortable, please do so. You are always permitted to bring reading material with you during any breaks. However, again, you are not to discuss the case with each other, even now as selected jurors. You may discuss any other matters that are unrelated to the case, during your service. You can talk about the weather. You can talk about how many wins you think FSU might get this year, but you can't talk about the case. Does anyone have a question concerning this? Yes, sir.
Sound like a kid, but what about food? Can we bring food?
You can bring food. I will also have some snacks that are back there for you. Went to Costco, bought them myself. Hopefully you like them. If you don't, you always have money and you can obtain what you need. Any other questions? There are no bad questions before you are released. Number two.
Is the start time at 8:45 every morning?
You are to report at 8:45. We anticipate getting started by 9.
We report downstairs?
Yes. Please report to the area where you initially reported for jury selection. You're to move there as a group. Oh, 1 second.
We're going to take them in there and discuss coming up with them.
Very well. The bailiffs will explain to you where you will meet, but again, do not come up to the courtroom by yourself. You're to move as a group. Does everyone understand this? Any other questions before we part ways for the evening? 31.
I know it sounds silly, but it's still business casual for this day.
I'm not going to tell you what to wear. Wear something that you'll be comfortable in the courtroom with. Beyond that, I'm not going to critique your dress code. I'm not the principal at the high school. Yes, ma'am. 35.
Are we going to be in session on Labor Day? Is that the holiday now?
For Labor Day, we will not be having court. That is a recognized federal and state holiday for anyone who already has a Labor Day plan. This trial will not affect that. 29.
Just to verify, so right now we're going to talk out at least 2 weeks is what we're assuming. It could be shorter, could go longer, but is that a good?
We're anticipating the trial ending by September 5th, but if it possibly goes longer, certainly everyone will be made aware of this, so that way you can address any issues with work or other matters. Any other questions? Very well. I will see you tomorrow, bright and early. Again, please be mindful of the instructions that you've received. We will get started with the court's instructions, the opening statements, and then we will hear from the witnesses. Have a good night.
Meat is barking. Meat is barking. I'm sorry. You won't be quiet. Shh. Be quiet. Here. Take a napkin. Something. Put it in your mouth and shut up. Okay. Just give a napkin to go chew up them. Y'all give me like 5 minutes. I'm going to come back. I'm going to start a new stream on Sarah Patrick. That way it'll be separate from all this. So we're done with this for the day. If, I know. And that way I can go look, right all up in my shit. Don't get my stuff over, boy. And Lola's mad too. Y'all have no clue. Y'all have no clue. Look, up here in my stuff. And Lola's over here trying to get in on the business.
Now,
what is happening? He's still talking. No, he's still talking. We're not leaving yet. We're not leaving. He's still talking. I need to know. Shh, I'm on mute. Yeah, I'm gonna work on starting up the other. I'm gonna work on starting up the other stream. But I'm gonna let this finish playing out while I'm doing that.
Counsel will withdraw the objection at this time for purposes of the opening.
Very well. Do the parties have anything further to raise that we have not already addressed through the process today for jury selection or other matters? All right. Please report also by 8:30 tomorrow. We will wait for the jurors to arrive. You'll have the opportunity defense if you need to speak to your client before we have the jurors there. Everyone can prepare for their openings. Are there any multimedia aspects to the openings that we need to address or you have not already worked out?
We will be having a presentation, but I'm familiar with how to use your courtroom technology.
All right. If you need to practice with that before we get started, please do, so we can move through seamlessly. We'll see you all tomorrow at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.